Officially commemorated the 10th anniversary of His Grace Archbishop Emmanuel Tambakonga's leadership in a media engagement, highlighting a decade of spiritual stewardship, church growth, and community transformation. Here's the reports. Assuming office in 2015, Archbishop Kongo has overseen significant expansion and development across the province's churches, leaving a lasting impact on both the spiritual and physical life of the church and its communities. Speaking to media practitioners at the anniversary briefing, Archbishop Kongo expressed gratitude for the collective efforts of the clergy and laity under his guidance. He said the province's churches have grown rapidly under the direction and help of all the dedicated ministers and members. He emphasized that these major achievements in the life of the church would not have been possible without the unity and shared purpose underpinning his leadership.
Without unity, which has been my guiding principle since I took office, these feats will never be possible. Ladies and gentlemen, as you join me in commemorating this momentous mission, I would like to leave you with an insight that has guided my ministry and life.
Church leaders, members, and stakeholders from across the country have joined in the celebrations, hailing Archbishop Kongo's leadership as visionary and transformative.
And national development with the establishment of churches and schools nationwide.
One of which is that I'm so happy, at least in our lifetime, that the generation who are coming up now, we are struggling, or we have been able to appreciate the fact that we forgive honor to people within their life. Once when they die, they'll begin to do extraordinary things there.
The media engagement also forms part of a wider series of activities to mark the 10th anniversary. Other programs are currently underway, which include a special conference, seminar sessions, and leadership training initiatives designed to reflect on the church's journey in order to prepare for the next decade of service. The Church of the Lord Aladura was established by Josiah Olunowo Ositelu, founded in 1925 and inaugurated in 1930 in Ogun State, Nigeria. It was one of the first 3 Pentecostal churches in Nigeria, which have brought considerable revival among African customs. For SLBC News, Esther Susanette Bassi reporting. The Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, AVDP, Management Unit in the Ministry of Agriculture has signed feeder road rehabilitation contracts with several contractors for the rehabilitation of feeder roads in 8 districts. The move aims to enhance agricultural productivity by improving access to markets and resources for local farmers. The signing took place at the Ministry of Agriculture. Ibrahim Samura reports.
Over 420 kilometers of feeder roads in the 8 districts in the south and Port Local in the northwest will be rehabilitated as part of AVDP strategies to enhance agricultural productivity by improving access to market and resources for local farmers. The signing ceremony was witnessed by government officials, contractors, and key stakeholders in the agriculture sector. Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Henry Musa Parker, spoke on the importance of feeder roads in achieving the feed salon agenda, change the livelihood and productivity of farmers. He admonished the contractors to do quality work and on time.
The reason why I want usually I ask that after sessions for 2 reasons. One, I want to demonstrate and show to people of Sierra Leone that we're doing work. This thing takes work. It takes these kinds of work. This process is at least 8 weeks. It's at least an 8 weeks or 10 weeks process. So that when you say it's a 10 weeks process, it costs close to $10 million. This is the kind of work that we do, right?
project manager, Monica Kwame Green, underscored the importance of access to market for farmers and increase productivity, noting it would also help to address post-harvest loss, which she said has been a major challenge for farmers attributing such post-harvest loss to the poor road network. She said the contractors were given 2 years to complete the rehabilitation of these targeted roads in the selected 8 districts. She said the contracts create an opportunity to employ indigents in these communities.
It's also creating market access. We always talk about perishability of most of our produce. ABDP is into 4 value chains. We've established 6,000 hectares of cocoa or cacao, as people normally call it. We've established 5,000 hectares of oil palm. We've cultivated rice IBS through the Inland Valley Swamp, about 4,500 hectares. We still have 1,500 hectares more to go. And we've also cultivated almost our targets for vegetable is 1,000, but I think we are midway. We are about 500 hectares for bulb onions, tomato, and then hot pepper. So for all of these value chains, we've pushed our farmers to increase production. We are talking about feed salon. We should have enough produce to be able to feed the country.
The rehabilitation of the feeder road will not only facilitate better transportation of goods, but also strengthen the overall agricultural value chain, boost economic growth, and improve livelihoods in the farming communities.
Stakeholders in public administration have met to discuss on the establishment of the Republic of Sierra Leone's Civil Service Cooperative Credit Union. They described the scheme as a tool to motivate civil servants and increase access to finance. Joseph Touye reports.
One of the principal desire of His Excellency the President is to see how we can revamp the civil service. And if that is so, then there is need for us to see how we can work out modalities. Not just ensuring that we get the requisite output from civil servants, but also see how we can get them motivated.
This was the very reason government and its development partners, including the Irish Embassy, desired to establish the Republic of Sierra Leone Civil Service Cooperative Credit Union. Most civil servants, according to various speakers, have been facing challenges to access loans from commercial banks and even benefit from NACIT. General Manager, National Cooperative Credit Union Association, Peter Bantin, said through their scheme, they have been able to save millions of loans, have about 19,000 membership, their loans portfolios exceeding 31 million loans, and a total assets of over 48 million loans. He said the figures reflected the capacity of credit unions to drive economic empowerment through collective action, shared responsibility, and community participation. He pledged support to the scheme government has been embarking on to establish the Republic of Sierra Leone Civil Service Cooperative Credit Union. He spoke on some of the benefits of having a credit union not limited to providing access to affordable credit and reliable savings opportunities, improve the financial literacy and management skills of public sector workers. The Second Secretary, Irish Embassy in Sierra Leone, James Brandon, encouraged the gathering to embrace credit union as it has numerous gains to the civil service sector. Minister of Public Administration and Public Affairs, Amara Kalon, said government has been developing a strategy to reform the public service that would speak to pays and incentives, harmonization of salary scales, start the vertical and horizontal of grading systems, among others. He said credit unions have more benefits than harms when critical steps were followed. In her keynote address, Minister of Planning and Economic Development, Kenema, said establishing a national credit union for civil servants was part of government's strides to achieving Game Changer 5, transforming the public sector architecture. She said the step did not only address the welfare of civil servants, but also empowering them and indirectly strengthen service delivery across all sectors. She encouraged them to work on bylaws, develop robust digital platform for savings, consider risk mitigation strategies, and promote savings as they were important to microfinance. Those manning the process lauded the partners for their support and promised to get the Republic of Sierra Leone Civil Service Cooperative Credit Union established to make a difference in the public service. SLBC Joseph Toure reporting.
You're watching News are coming to you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation on Channel 31. Still in the news. The National Social Security and Insurance Trust, NASIT, has held its Informal Sector Steering Committee meeting on the draft National Informal Sector Policy Scheme. The meeting gathered government officials, technical experts, and stakeholders to deliberate on the policy as the NASIT continues its plan to extend its coverage to workers in the informal sector. Here's the reports. At the steering committee meeting, many stakeholders agree that the new policy is more than just a blueprint, as it is already inspiring real change. If fully adopted and implemented, it will bring social security benefits to thousands of Sierra Leoneans who have long been excluded from pension schemes and other forms of protection. Chairman of the steering committee and Minister of Employment, Labour and Social Security, Mohamed Gaman Swari, emphasized the significance of this milestone, noting that the policy is a bold and clear demonstration of the government's unwavering commitment to transform the lives of all citizens, particularly those in the informal economy who have long been overlooked in national development planning. He commended the technical committee, composed entirely of Sierra Leonean experts, for their tireless and patriotic efforts to develop a comprehensive homegrown policy framework aligned with international labor and social protection standards.
The presentation by the ILO actuaries gave us the evidence base needed to move from discussion to action. It reinforced the urgency of establishing a comprehensive policy framework to guide our interventions and align our national strategies with international labor and social protection standards. As chairman of the steering committee and Minister of Employment, Labour and Social Security, I'm particularly proud of the work we have done together across sectors, institutions and interest groups to develop what is now before us, the draft National Informal Sector Policy.
NASI's Director General, Mohamed Fuad Dabo, provided statistics and insights during his presentation. He revealed that over 80% of Sierra Leone's workforce operates in the informal sector, including traders, artisans, transport operators, domestic workers, and many other citizens whose contributions are vital to the national economy. Mr. Dabo stressed the need for community ownership of the policy and reminded all present that social security was a human right, a foundation for family security, and a catalyst for national development.
It is about recognition, inclusion, protection, and empowerment. It represents the strategic steps towards building a stronger, more resilient economy where no one is left behind. This is a moment for decisive and collective action. The presentations we have just heard are encouraging. The policy has been developed and development of a legislative bill is underway, and stakeholder consultations have laid the foundation for inclusive policy direction. As members of the steering committee, tasked with guiding this landmark initiative, we bear a great responsibility.
Looking ahead, the steering committee outlined a clear roadmap which calls for stakeholder engagements that will be held across the country in order to ensure transparency and inclusivity. Validation of the policy by key stakeholders will also follow. The policy will then be tabled before Cabinet for approval, together with the bill and legal framework which will be drafted and laid before Parliament for enactment. The official launch of the National Informal Sector Policy Scheme is slated for November 2025, with full implementation expected in January 2026. For SLBC News, Esther Suzanette Bassi reporting. Well, it's now time for a segment, beginning with the international news.
Hello and welcome to the international news. I'm Aminata Fufana. The Palestinian ambassador to the United Nations, Riyad Mansour, has blasted Israel on for what he called its continued blockade in the Gaza Strip. Israel began blocking all humanitarian aid from entering Gaza after a ceasefire deal ended more than 10 weeks ago. Mr. Mansour told the UN Security Council that Israel has been openly and brazenly blocking humanitarian aid for over 2 months now, and this is engineered starvation. Food security experts said that Gaza will likely fall into famine if Israel does not lift its blockade and stop its military campaign. A new report by Amnesty International released on Tuesday shows that more than 70 Kenyan women have documented their harrowing experiences working as domestic workers in Saudi Arabia. In the report launched in the Kenyan coastal city of Mombasa, the rights group documents how workers were deceived by recruiting agents, denied rest days, and work under inhumane conditions with little or no pay. One of the women, Bijeni Maina Wangi, told the Associated Press how she was promised a beautician job in Saudi Arabia, but she instead found herself thrust into a life of domestic servitude under exploitative conditions. The Amnesty report urges the Kenyan and Saudi Arabia governments to extend labor protections to domestic workers, prosecute abusive employers, and ban recruitment agencies complicit in exploitation. Deep in the green hills of Masisi territory in North Kivu province, the artisanal mining site at Rubaya hums with the sound of generator as piles of white dust dot the landscape. Thousands of workers extract by hand strategic minerals such as coltan, cassite, and manganese, essential for the production of foams, batteries, and other modern technologies. Eastern Congo has been in and out of crisis for decades, with more than 100 armed groups, most of which are vying for territory in the mining region near the border with Rwanda. The conflict has created one of the world's largest humanitarian disasters, with more than 7 million people displaced, including 100,000 who fled homes this year. And the U.S. court has significantly reduced the defamation payout awarded to Ghanaian investigative journalist Anas Arimea Anas, slashing it from $18 million to $500. The original damages were ordered by a jury in March after finding that former Ghanaian MP Kennedy Ayampong had defamed Anas by branding him a criminal and linking him to the 2019 murder of fellow journalist Ahmed Suali. The defamatory remarks were made during a podcast recorded in the U.S. Despite the reduction, Anas said he would appeal the new decision. His media group Tiger IPI had previously stated that the lawsuit was about defending reputation rather than financial gain. Anas initially pursued legal action in Ghana, where he lost the case. The judge there controversially referred to his style of journalism as investigative terrorism. Anas, who is known for wearing face masks to conceal his identity, has built a reputation for undercover investigations into corruptions. That's the international news. I am Aminata Fufang.
Well, away from there, let's join our business desk for some updates.
Hello and welcome to Business Update, this segment that brings you insights in business and its contributions towards positively impacting the economy. I'm Dennis Fraser. Today we look at the price hike in some perishable goods across markets in Freetown, for that to focus on Congo markets. Now, Congo markets in the central business district is a bustling business center. It's also a point of exchange for perishable commodities. However, in recent months, there has been a noticeable increase in the price of commodities like vegetables, fruits, fish, and meat, which are essential for daily meals. Let's now join our reporter, Fanta Nkrumah, for more.
As more people seek fresh and healthy food options, the competition for these goods intensify, leading to price increase, and the demand for perishable commodities has surged due to a growing population and changing dietary preferences. The availability of certain perishable commodities is heavily influenced by seasonal changes. Mabinti Dumbuya and Konso Kamara are both traders at Congo Market. They expressed their dissatisfaction over the prices of their products. Bitter balls, which was sold at 800 leons per bag, is now sold at 1,600 leons or 1,800, and a cup of groundnuts used to be 8 or 9 leons per cup, but now sold at 10 or 11 leons.
Market c'est all long of like this Akasusu. We would buy 800 now and sell at 1,800,000, 1,600,000. You come back at the same time now. Now 1,000,000, 1,500,000. We buy it at the 500, 600. So the market is all long of around like the 600. Direct not for the band.
So when you see like granates, we buy 8,000. I will buy 8,000, they sell 9,000. But from Monday to today, they buy about 10,000. We tell they sell 11,000. Like this dollar, first when they buy 20,000, 30,000 for now 160,000, 70,000.
Awana Tukone, a regular customer at the market, spoke about how hard it is for them as consumers to purchase some of these perishable commodities in the market.
Fish is there. When you get you want to fish 50,000, 100,000. So the chop money I give not, I will buy all in free.
The rising cost of perishable commodities at Congo Market is influenced by seasonal changes and economic factors.
Well, many thanks to Fanta and Kuma for putting that report together, and that's all we have in this edition of Business Updates. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
Well, from business, let's move over to entertainment.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment News with me, Sulaiman Babature. In this edition of Entertainment News, entertainers, especially filmmakers, call on government and humanitarians as one of their directors is seriously sick. And now, the film industry is moving, and we know the directors are doing great in terms of grooming the actors and putting their stories together to reflect society and also put food on the table of the actors and those involved in filmmaking. One of them is Kekura S. Fofana. The director has directed several movies, including Munda, The Poor Boy, and Ngiwo. Let's watch.
I will not force you, because I always want to see you happy. But I just want one thing.
Father hit me nearly to a point of death. But no matter what is going to happen, I have made up my mind, and I'm ready to take the risk just to prove how much I love you.
He is seriously sick. Days ago, they took to the streets of Freetown, especially in the East End, going door to door, asking for people to help, especially government and humanitarians, so their brother will get back to his feet. The videos are out. We have this, including the man himself begging for help.
I know say back in the days, lots of remember this film, Munda the Poor Boy. Well, I can't for talk small thing in relation to the director, the producer, the screenwriter of this great movie, when director SK. For quite some time now, he done the sick for the past 2 years. He done the battle with the health, especially in footsteps. So now we call on everybody, the whole nation, especially entertainers, filmmakers, do you have no love, no left behind? This is your policy.
I don't sick now 2 years now, 5 months. I deal in this situation. So I need surgery because I'm in Connaught Hospital. And then the family I recommend that we don't go do the scan, MRI scan I recommend. And they tell me saying the spine get problem pass a particular way. I decided for Canada, the media and support of entertainment industry, filmmakers and all. but then we help me raise that kind of money because the initial stage will be $11,000. Today now, May 11, May it's now we talk to the doctor. So he tell me say it therefore cost me more because the more I sleep, and so the situation will go out of control. So like I tell now from here, what they so say go down my foot, he pinch me, and then I don't get sensation. Then my foot they react for me anyhow, and I don't know. So life really difficult for me.
Well, we join them by begging for help. Government and humanitarians look into this and come to the aid of this younger man who is pushing and doing his best to see that the film industry is recognized not only in Africa, but the world. And before we go, don't forget, Lacheva Davies, Miss Sierra Leone 2025, is in India doing her best to raise the green, white, and blue, fly up the green, white, and blue in the sky so that people will know about our culture, heritage, our tradition. We saw videos and photos of this young lady flying on social media handles, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, you name them. She's doing her best, but she needs support from Sierra Leoneans in terms of voting and also giving her the blogging, the post that will make her happy and represent us with all her might. Well, this is all we have for this edition of Entertainment News with me, Salman Babatue. Thanks for watching. Keep watching the SLBC.
Well, now to end the news, the main points again. In complementing the government human capital development drive, the government of Japan has signed a grant contract of over $138,000 for the construction of a school block and staff quarters for the Cadet Primary School in Pedu, Bani Chiefdom Kono District. The National Commission for Social Action, accompanied by a team from the German Development Bank, has concluded a visit to various project sites in Kambia and Bonth districts. The exercise was aimed to ensure that the various projects, which include feeder routes, bridges and grain stores, are well implemented and on time. And the National Public Procurement Authority has convened an engagement under the Integrated Public Procurement Reform Project, bringing together representatives from NDAs and local council officials to discuss present issues affecting procurement practices in the country. Well, that's how we wrap up this morning edition of News Hour from the SLBC. I am Esther Susan Tabasi. Thanks for watching.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
The man known to history as Shaka Zulu was born at some indeterminate time in the summer of 1787 in the heartland of the Zulu Kingdom, largely encompassing Natal Province in the northeast of modern-day South Africa. His name at birth was Shaka Kasenzenga. His father was Senzenga, the chieftain of the Zulu clan in modern-day Natal, into which Shaka was born. Shaka's father had assumed the rule of the clan around 1781, a few years before Shaka's own birth, and as head of the clan, Senzenga had several wives, as was the custom in Zulu society, and sired numerous children. Many of these
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
a place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else, or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
this light is ours.
the beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey here from ten. Come here and you'll feel it. that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Also live on Broadcasting House in in Freetown. Good morning and welcome to your breakfast program, Good Morning Sierra Leone, reaching you live on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television on channel 31. I'm your presenter, Dennis Fraser. Our quote of the day today is from our familiar voice, Annie Miller, and it says, "One destination is never a place, but rather a new way of looking at things." In today's edition, Thursday 15th May 2025 edition of Good Morning Sierra Leone. Of course, you know, the program starts your day with analysis and divergent of views and news and current affairs happenings in the county. And of course, coming up into this menu, Sierra Leone Reporters Union speaks on / elections debate. Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Affairs to host information session on the tourist site development, and Kisi Bendu Roadmap Organization advocates for development in their area. All these issues are going to be dealt with in the next hour in the program. Good Morning Sierra returns shortly after this break. Welcome back. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone, getting live from the SLBC. And remember, you can also be part of the program by sending your thoughts, comments, suggestions, or even questions to the issues being dealt with in the program. And you can do so by sending them to the number displayed on the screen. Also, you can catch up with us live on our Facebook live streaming page at Slbc Tv. It's now time for us to usher in our guest, and for that, the Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Affairs is to host an information session on the touristic sites established by the government of Sierra Leone with support from World Bank. And the sites included Takugama Innovation and Educational Center, Viewing Decker at Leicester Peak, Bure Beach Surf Club. And the session will be hosted at the Bintuman International Conference Center. And how relevant is this session, and especially for boosting the tourism sector in the country? For that, we've been joined in the studio by the Director of Tourism. Good morning, Director. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Oh, very well. So take us head on, Director. Aside from all these very laudable things that this conference, this session will really speak to us, what are the all unknown facts about this very important session?
First of all, thank you. The session will be held at Bintuman Hotel, not the conference center.
Okay.
It's at the hotel. Okay. It will be an entertaining one, a relaxed one. It's an outdoor event.
Okay.
It will be mixed with cultural performances.
Let's tell us more about it.
But yeah, so this session generally is to inform the general public that the government of Sierra Leone has taken a bold step to invest in tourism infrastructure. So in this infrastructure, with this infrastructure, it intends to ensure that it reaches more people, both domestic and international tourists. And it's a very big, bold step that we've taken that, yeah, for many years that hasn't been done. So this information session is not only for the general public alone, but we're also looking at prospective investors, prospective businesses that are interested, because we have 3 locations, 3 sites, important sites that have been built, that have been invested in. That is the one site which is the Leicester Peak, you know the Leicester Peak. The other site is around the Takugama, Chimpanzee Sanctuary, around that area. And the last site is the one at Bure Beach. But again, like I talk about the infrastructure is to ensure that when people visit Sierra Leone, we have these iconic places like you are aware about Leicester Peak. It's one of the highest points in Freetown. You know, before people used to go there, they would walk, they would jog, they would sit there was a bench
and
there.
They enjoy the beautiful landscape of Freetown.
Exactly, they will enjoy the beautiful landscape, the fresh air, you know, that place is cooler, you know, and we realize that, okay, this place can be transformed into something very different, something that can compete with any other place in the sub-region. So we decided to construct a viewing deck, a viewing platform. It's a massive one. It has three sections. The first one is the one facing the eastern part, and then you have the central, and another one facing the western part of the Freetown. Its elevation is about 564 meters above sea level. Yes. Imagine. So when you are there, you have this scenic view, you have this panoramic view of Freetown, it landmarks. You see the airport right from that point.
Wow.
Yes, you see the airport. You'll also be able to see our beaches, our coastline, even the memorial site of the landslide. So there's a lot of things you can see there. So that area is an area that we designated not only for leisure and recreation, but also for education. you know. So what we started, the way we started is, first of all, to make the accessibility very smooth, very nice. We started with the road. You know, that road was very narrow. So actually we expanded on the road, we reconstructed the road. It's about 1.4 kilometers. So you have a road from the junction in front of American Embassy all the way up to the facility. It's fully paved. There's a small area for promenade, and of course people can jog to go up there. But interestingly also, below the facility we are constructing, we've constructed a nature trail. So some people that want, right from the main road, I mean not by the American Embassy, the other end, you can just take a forest walk and you come to the facility. And people will be wondering, what can we do in this facility?
Certainly.
There are many things one can do there. First of all, we have a binocular where people can go and you can have very good image of all these landmarks I'm talking about in Freetown. And then there's an event space there. People can go there if you, for instance, for photo shooting, you know, wedding couples who have just wedded can go there for all of these things. And you can go there for meetings. There's also a cafeteria, there's dining. People can dine in there, you know. So there's so much. We have car parking, very spacious car parking for about 36 cars, you know. And also, yeah, there's an entertainment lounge as well. So there's a lot that can be done there. But the most important thing is the terrace seating. It's a beautiful, beautiful spot. You have a terrace seating, people can just go sit down, relax, be talking to each other, enjoying the view of Freetown and all of that. You have an unequal view than any other place in Freetown to be able to see how beautiful the mountainous backdrop of the peninsula
That's
and
as
all
important
of that.
as all of this is. You know, before going in fact to the information session that you are really going to be having on this particular historic tourist sites that you've established across Freetown. Let's delve a bit into the one at Leicester Peak. You know, that's an iconic place in Freetown. That's people who come to Freetown, especially foreigners. If you are coming to the airport, you know, one place that you really going to be that will catch your attention is for you to raise your head up to see the iconic Leicester Peak Hills right from Lunga International Airport. Crossing over at the Atlantic. That's the very first point that we see and we pop up in your view to really see the beautiful landscape of Freetown. So talk to us a bit about it, because on screen just now we are just showing our viewers some of the things you are explaining to see, I mean, of course, the beautiful structure that you've set up there. So talk to us about the entertainment lodge. Is it open to members of the public? How is it being run? Like one might imagine. I believe my viewers might want to know, I mean, what cost is it pegged to?
Yeah, so the facility, the way it works is that with support from the World Bank, we work very closely with the PCU, the Project Coordinating Unit, the Ministry of Tourism, and what government want to achieve, first of all, is to support the private sector. Because in our sector, if the private sector cannot come in at a point in time, government can come in and then hand it over to the private sector to manage it. So this is the whole idea. We are providing the facility, the building, the structure. So whoever, that's why I'm here to provide that information that these things are coming up. The general public will want you to visit, to be attending, to enjoy it, both domestic and international tourists, but also for businesses that are interested, you can apply. So we are going to advertise. So once we advertise, people can apply, and we are looking forward to get the best people to be able to manage those places, because we want sustainability. These places, we are using them to promote domestic and international tourism. They are iconic places for tourist attraction. So definitely that. So when we work with the private sector, definitely they will know what is it that we intend to achieve with this particular structure, and that is what they are going to do based on whatever agreements that we are going to come up with. So it's definitely open for the general public. Like I said, for leisure, for recreation, for educational purposes. Yeah, so people can use that site, you know.
Free of cost?
Well, it's not free. It depends, you know. It depends on the who comes in and how the kind of facilities. Because mind you, the place is a multi-purpose structure. You can use it for different things. Like I said, there's an event space. The event space you can open up for whatever kind of event based on how you think out of the box, you know. So it's
yeah, the reason why all of that is very important, because I've been talking about the Takugama Educational Center, Cultural Educational Center. It's something that had existed. Maybe you've given it a facelift. And so, because some people who normally go to Takugama, they think it's a place just for the foreign tourists that comes around, not for domestic tourism, because they see a lot of white people, they go there. So some people are timid when they see a lot of white people around. They think this is not open to, locals. So what will you have to say around that?
Well, we are promoting, last year our Tourism for All campaign targeted locals. We were promoting domestic tourism. You see, because domestic tourism, people don't know that, but it is the one that sustains the local economy. Because in tourism we have seasons, we have high seasons, we have low seasons. You know, when there is a low season, it's the domestic tourism that comes in, you know. So that is why last year we spent a lot of time creating awareness about our facilities, our service providers, our natural, cultural, and historical attractions, so people can know these places and work with partners. We organize events all over, you know, so a much was achieved. Now many people know what is domestic tourism. Many people know about the different sites that we have based on that, and we created a landing page, our website, digital marketing. So much effort was put into all of this. So people are much more aware now, and I can tell you that Sierra Leoneans do partake in tourism. They do that. It's not like before. Their pattern of behavior is changing rapidly. Now in the weekends, you see people head for the beach facilities. They will head up country. They will stay in hotels, in guest houses. They will eat out in restaurants. They will go and see places. They will partake in entertainment activities. So these are all the things that you call tourists. You call someone a tourist. Sierra Leoneans are doing it, so it's very good for the local economy. You know, so when it comes to Takugama, for instance, we are not giving a facelift. We are coming in with new facilities.
Okay, what are those?
Yes,
for the benefit of our audience.
Yes, we are coming in with innovation and educational center. But then there are diverse range of facilities. First of all, what we did, just like in Leicester Peak, we constructed the road. The road was dangerous, was very narrow, you know. Now I've opened up the road. We have layovers along the way. There is culvert, there is drainage. You know, it's fully paved with asphalt, right up to where you can use the last few meters to get to the sanctuary.
You know, I admire you with that whole construction, because when that project started, I really did a report around it. It was kind of a bit conflicting, especially for locals who some makeshift structures are along the road leading up to Leicester Peak. Some people grab some of those land and settle on them, and they think that's their personal property. Others came forward to suggest that they have papers for those land. But I just admire the way you could, you know, meander around all of this and ensure that this all important projects got fruitful yield out of all of what you've done.
Yes, the project is there, but also the effort that was made recently to clear up some of those buildings, not just because of the World Bank project. That one is not because of that. We are designated a tourism development area. Mind you, most of that area is a protected area. It's a protected area. You know, people were not even respecting that. In a protected area, if you enter that area without permission, you can be fined. It's a lot of money, you know, but people were just going in, acting lawless, building and claiming that they own the property. Well, it's not for me to say whether that, but I know government has declared that area in 2012 as a protected area. That is very, very clear. And then within the buffer of the protected area, there was also another declaration as a tourism development area. So the idea about the tourism development area is for us to come with soft development that will maintain the ecological sensitivity of that area.
Certainly.
Yes, so that's what it's about, you know. But again, you know, when it comes to encroachment, land grabbing, it's not just in that area. It's even close to Guma, people were going there. So that is why
it's a national problem.
It's a national problem. You know, but if I'm talking about Takugama, the facilities, first of all, we have a beautiful car park, a green car parking.
Oh wow.
Right close to the car park, you have a greenhouse where people can buy flowers and other things. You know, we set it up there. We have 3 sets of car parking. We have one first car parking, and then the other one is the VIP, and then another third car parking. In total, I think you host about 40 vehicles plus 4 buses that can be hosted in those areas. And from the car park, you walk to the ticket office where people can buy tickets to go and do different activities. But another interesting part of it is the botanical garden. We have international standard botanical garden, not just something of a small one. You know, that will cover close to 6 hectares. You know, no, 6 acres of botanical garden. So you know, so people can go there, learn about flora. You know, and then they can be able to also picnic there. They can go there, they take photo shoots, they can go there and relax and learn a lot, you know. So after the botanical garden, you walk all the way to the amphitheater. We have an amphitheater there where we'll be hosting concerts, theaters, cultural performances, even different places, screening. We do screening there. And from there also you go to the children playing ground. We have a kind of jungle playing ground for kids, you know.
Okay.
It is there as well.
Oh, wow.
We attract family, they go and enjoy it there.
Oh, let me only there a little bit there. I know there's a lot to talk about. There's a whole lot to talk about. In fact, we still have to talk about, of course, the soft club around
definitely
Boya Beach,
yes,
which is very much attractive, tourist attractive site as well. We have to talk about for both local and international tourists.
Exactly.
And of course, some of the interventions you are putting in place to support ecotourism. And we have to talk about some of your interventions and how you could live in partner with the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change to really, rebrand some of these places and make them, something that we could be really proud about as Sierra Leone. So, to stay with us in the program, we'll certainly come back to you. And Director, we'll now move over to another issue for discussion in the program this morning. For that, the Kisi Bendu Roadmap Organization is a non-political and non-profit making organization in Sierra Leone with a focus to monitor all viable developments in Kisi Bendu area and impacting the lives of its people. Its headquarters is based in Freetown, but influences other actors to support development programs for various areas for which it can. We have to delve more on that and to explain to us on some of the development programs they've been embarking on. We've been joined in the studio by a very senior member of the organization, Mr. Tembe. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning, sir. It's a pleasure for having me.
All right. So certainly, what more can you tell us about the development programs you are really, working towards that you want support to really actualize this theme?
Actually, our goal is to see how we can attract our listening public, especially the government of Sierra Leone, to continue to enhance development aspiration in the Kisi Bendu area. But first of all, let me congratulate government for the ongoing road construction projects from Kailam to Biedu. You know, the project is a two-phase. The project has two phases. You have the one leg that stretches from Kailam onto Biedu, which has already been signed and the contract has been awarded to Chico. And another will take off from Biedu town to Kwendo, which will target the international markets, and it will have to impact on other developments around the Kwendo area, including how to contribute in enhancing the security of the entire Kailam district. Of course, you've been hearing so much about the Yenga issue, but I commence in congratulating government because I've monitored the area, because usually our organization, we do undertake independent surveys, independent monitoring of the road projects. And I was there last weekend together with another member of our organization. We actually recognize that efficient and effective road construction is being done. Our worries now is the rainy season, because this contract, if I can piggyback, was signed in 2023, and the completion dates or the completion period for this road construction will last this year, 2025, the ending of this year. So our worries now is about the effects of the rainy season, which we are already stepped into, and very soon, maybe around the end of June or by mid-July, the road construction will halt for a while,
Alright. So, Mr. Sembe, we've also put that on screen for our viewers to really see some of these things you're explaining. We just want, of course, again, we want to know, have you really engaged, as an organization, engaged with these contractors to really assess or even wanting to know what is really causing the delay in this particular all-important road construction leading to your district?
Oh, the contractors are doing their work. Their procedures are in place. Okay. The road construction, as I told you earlier, is ongoing. The only debilitating effects now is the weather situation. We have two adverse weather conditions, but the one is not that very it's not that of so a big problem. The dry season is favorable to road construction, but the rainy season, although it's good, it provides us water, it gives us other forms of energy and contributes in other developments, but it affects the asphalting or progress of the road construction, because rain and the other energy material cannot just go by. After laying out of pebbles, asphalt, tar, or when you want to do tarmac, you need dry conditions. And once there is rain, it affects the development to meet the set targets. So this is the only issue now. What we are asking now is that at least if there could be additional boost to the contractors, by getting more laborers and speedy provision of resources, so that at least that can give them the incentive or the impetus to take the work faster than it was done in the past, so that at least they can be able to.
So Mr. Tene, moving away a little bit from that now, let's talk about impact on the lives of your people, the locals there at Kisibendu area. Before now, in your earlier submission, you were talking about the Yenga issue. We would like to know, and same I believe for our viewers, what was your really intervention insofar as when the Yenga issue emanated?
Okay, as I told you, I'm just coming from the area. I was there on the 12th of this month. I went as far as Beardo, and I interviewed a lot of people coming from the area. And coincidentally, another partner group, the Kwendu Powerhouse, we are hosting their launching. So I had an interview with some of the leaders of that strong organization. Okay. Development is ongoing in spite of all the threats of Yenga. And one good news is that our military, outfits are now very close to Yenga. Okay. Almost they surrounded the Yenga area. So there's a little bit calm, only you still have the threats. And there's onward development still going on in Kwendu. The Kwendu market is moving forward, which is normally held on Sundays. Okay. And the other community markets are also ongoing, like the one in Dia. Okay. They usually have their markets day on Monday. And there's another one in Beardo called the Beardo Juma Market. It's usually on Fridays. So all these developments are going. But let me tell you, one thing I want the public to know, or listening, population to know, is that security is key to all development, process. The fact that there is still this threat at Yenga will, cause other will-be investors to hold on to their, investments and opportunities. But that besides, all other social activities are still ongoing. Schools have been run, trade in all the areas is ongoing, government business is in progress, and let me say bravo to the government of Sierra Leone, because they are engaging all areas, diplomatically, locally, as well as the areas of listening to the complaints of the community people, putting them into action. So at the moment, the fact that we have a military outfits there, I'm confident that with the help of the Almighty God, this forceful occupation will soon come to an end.
Okay, so Mr. Tembe, just before we move now to have a break in the program, I just quickly want to have a response around this one. I believe as an organization, you believe in peace mediation as well.
Yes.
And of course, you are peaceful people living in the Kisi Bendu area. And of course, as Kisi people, there are some schools of thought to suggest that these are one people found both in Sierra Leone and in Guinea, and it's as well in other parts of Liberia. And so, as like people will say, one family people, I might want to even suggest that use the good office of like the Ministry of Tourism. Why not have like a tourist attraction center at Yenga? That will be, that's just one way of maybe peace mediation. I mean, to have a very amicable, way to settle this impasse between that of Guinea, to quell down the tension, have like a tourist attraction center at Yenga that can benefit the people of all three countries. Don't you think that is a laudable initiative?
I think diplomatically, government is exploring all these avenues. And thank God, coincidentally, I'm here with my younger brother. We worked together while I was, working. I'm a retired permanent secretary. I know him to be a very active, resourceful director. And coincidentally also, he worked with my wife, who is still a serving officer. As development is the key to all progress in any given society. Given that tourism can encourage these people of the same cultural and linguistic background
tourism promotes cultural integration.
Come together, sit together, consult themselves.
Yes,
it's necessary.
Okay.
But as it is now, all we need now is progressive government mediation and dialogue to dislodge this forceful occupation.
Because
without peace, let me just finish.
Please go.
Without peace, it will be difficult for people to sit together and plan events. Because now they have a permanent structure being erected at Singa. They are regarding it that it's just a military outfit.
Okay.
You see, it's just for training, purposes. But you can't do that in another man's country.
Certainly not.
But you are right. We are all the same people. The same Kisi people found in Guinea are the same people in Sierra Leone and Liberia.
Yes.
The only thing that divides us is our colonial heritage.
Okay.
Guinea is French, link Kisi.
Okay.
Sierra Leone is English based or UK Anglophone based Kisi.
Okay.
And Liberia is Liberian Kisi. But all these people have a formidable and fundamental organization that they all come together, consult, and discuss about one development for the area. And this organization is called the Makona River Organization. Makona River Organization has been playing its own fundamental role to see how they can attract decision makers.
Okay.
The problem is not with Makona, the problem is now with decision makers. See? I'm just adding my voice, but this is a very sensitive matter.
Okay.
It's one that is of a very prime nature.
Okay.
And thank God the two leaders are of the same military discipline.
Yes.
I know our president is a listening president. Okay. I know our president takes time to actually tackle issues and see when we can have success So I think maybe that's the time that our president is waiting for.
Oh, wow.
But this issue has gone on for too long.
Oh, wow.
So we are appealing that let's our government hasten up so that at least we can see how that area can contribute to viable development. We have, very wide spans of development in ecotourism in that area.
Yes.
We have greenery display of our forests, and we have diverse agricultural, diverse agricultural potential in that area. That area is rich in oil palm and also other viable agricultural input like rice production. It's rich in rivers that can provide energy, that can even contribute in supplying further electricity to at least boost the economy of this country.
Certainly.
And also, if that area is developed, it can decongest the overcrowding in big cities or capital like Freetown.
So, I mean, Kwendu as a city.
Kwendu is picking up.
Yes.
You see, but that threat will surely affect Kwendu if it is not taken up if the bull is not taken up
by the
on time.
authorities.
Yes.
Very
So
good.
we rely on the authorities. They have the last say, but our people are resilient.
Okay.
So
certainly, as critical as that conversation is, we definitely leave it at that for now. But we'll definitely continue the conversation here at the SLBC. You are watching us live from our broadcast now here at New Englandville in Freetown. We go for a short break. We'll come back and Good Morning Silent continues.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisa, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Welcome back. The program is Good Morning Silent, reaching you live on the SLBC, and we've been having a very fantastic discussion here on the program this morning. And of course, I continue to remind you that you can be part of the program this morning by sending your thoughts, suggestions, or even comments. Or you can even ask questions to our guests on the issues being discussed, and we'll kindly read them out and they will respond appropriately. And the program continues, and now we go to another issue regarding education and of course efforts to build alma mater across the country. Maboka Government Secondary School for Boys, a prestigious government-sponsored institution in Maboka Town in the Tonkolele district. The school was established in 1950 and is producing great boys who have turned into men and are now contributing to national development. And to celebrate its 75th anniversary this year. And 75 years on, the school has been a pillar of academic excellence and leadership development for generations. The milestone celebration will take place in Maboka Town from May 15th to 18th this year, bringing together alumni, students, and distinguished guests to honor its rich legacy. But to provide further insights about the grand occasion, we've been joined by my colleague here at SLBC and OWS as the Public Relations Officer for the organization, and he is Mohamed Lamin Touye. Good morning, Mr. Touye. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, thanks, Feza. Good morning to you and good morning to viewers.
Very well. And of course, as a member of the PR team, what is lined up in your 75th year anniversary? But before even that, give us a background of your great school, Maboka Boys.
Thank you very much. The Government Secondary School for Boys, Maboka, was established in 1950. It is a Western school by say because it is established to ensure that the school provide Western education specifically in the Northern Province. As of now, as it stands, the school is celebrating its 75th anniversary because of the contribution so far it has provided by producing men of characters people that society could boast of. An example can be the Deputy Leader of Parliament, Emerson Lamin. You know that. He's from Kono. He attended the Great Government Secondary School for Boys. Honorable Aaron, Deputy Opposition Leader in Parliament. He's from Man 91. He's a student of the school in Moba, I see. And then so many more. Let me just inform you that His Excellency, the former president, thank you very much. So basically he's also from the school. So that tells how the school is in society, what it has done so far to ensure that people contribute greatly to the school. Moving on to plans, as you said earlier on, the celebration will start from today, which is the 15th, and then it will end on the 18th. That will be on Sunday, with activities being lined up. On the 15th today is the foundation day for the school, and then Saturday will be having morning exercise within the township of Maboka. In the evenings we'll be having football matches between old students, that's of Francis, Moba, the St. Francis Old Students, and I told the Maboka Old Boys Association. And then we'll be having also the Fabe College, Moba, Jala, Moba. You know, it's a national thing. It's a thing that cuts across. So the football match will be there to ensure that we spread the camaraderie, and then we try to build ourselves, reconnect while we are in Bodihome.
Just before you continue to speak more about that event that you're about to organize, I was waiting just to ask the question, aside from the academic excellence and of course for promoting vibrant young citizens and influencers of society, as you've mentioned for the Maboka Government Secondary School, what other thing is your school known for?
Well, basically, moving on, be specific, are you talking about the sporting activities? Because
it can be another thing.
Let me just say, the school is a government assisted school. So it tells you that it runs with the academic calendar of the country. It's not a private school. So it has the structures that is lined up to ensure that a student who is in that school benefit from that particular, ranging from computer, ranging from games and sports, and sport and etc. So now, when you look at so far, in the aspect of sport, you know what is going on, no school league as of now. So, but the issue of houses to build the school team, it's available. We have the Nala House, we have the Donovan, various houses, this inter-house competition to ensure that the school build its team. Whenever the Northern Region inter-school competition will make a mark. Because for the past years, we don't have competitors in Maboka. So we are thinking about now national in fact.
So what are some of the things you've been doing as an old boys association to really elevate the standards of the school? Because in the past, some will say that you are only basking on past glory. Much has not been heard of your school of recent times.
Well, the issue of the roles and responsibilities of the old students. Now let me just enlighten viewers who are watching, and let me just enlighten them to the issue. Now the MOBA, Maboka Old Boys Association, was established in 1964. It was established on the 15th of May to ensure that past pupils of the school come together
and contribute.
Now, for this year, the thing for this year is we'll be looking at the past, we'll try to look at the present, and we'll build the future. So now it tells that it's a trend that we are moving on. From the past glory, we'll try to look at what is happening as the present. These are the issues we need to tackle. This is what needs to be done. Then we'll try to see how best we can build the future. Because the school, it's focused purely on a Western aligned
system of education.
Thank you.
Alright, so before going to the issue, tell us, you have now like a week of calendar of events that we run from today.
It will end on
Sunday. What do you really look forward? What are you looking forward to see from both old pupils and of course current pupils of the school to really come together and celebrate your great alma mater?
Well, basically, the said mobile celebration, it's a union thing. It's for us to meet and see how best we can discuss issues. That's why we'll be having a general meeting in Maboka immediately after the whole this thing to see how best we can build the concepts, the ideologies of the school, to see how best it can be developed. And then we also, it's a event that is ensure that we discuss. I attended a podium school. It's unfortunate that you didn't benefit from that, from the opportunity.
All right. But Christy said I was not called privileged.
But that's your own choice. So now, that's the whole thing. We go there, we discuss. It's a flashback thing. Well, this
so you really sense past days when you were on boarding homes and the things you did in the past and all. I hope you will not get
positive ones.
That's the point I was getting to.
Not sure.
But quite essentially, I believe this is another springboard for you to really look at, like you said, you're looking at the past. You also ponder on the present, and then you look at the kind of future you are expecting for your school. If you look at your past glory before now, you really excel academically. You've produced a lot of, notable names that society can point towards for nation building. What are you really looking forward to see in this new set of group of students that are really emerging?
Dennis, you know that it is not a new thing, it's a continuity, it's a national issue. When you look at the issue of public exam, your school also suffering from the same disease, our school and so many other schools. So,
but also to correct that, my school came first in the WAS exam for this year.
Let me just say, your school, I cover that event. But now you know what is the cry? Are we actually penetrating at the international stage?
So what's the platform here?
So it tells that we go back to the roots. We don't walk alone. You see, that's why we said forward, onward. So we work with people that we think they can move. So now what we are doing is that it's of no secret that the results for the northern region, Tonkoli to be specific, it's an alarming thing. But definitely government secondary school for boys, 100%, go back to the WAEC data, it will tell you that it was excellent.
Alright, so you're already telling us that this time around you are going to put things in place to ensure that your school will top public examinations across the country.
That we have done and that we will continue to do.
Thank you very much for to stay with us in the program. I'm a member of the Maboka Old Boys Association, or MOBA they are called, and of course he's a member of the publicity team. Over to you again, Director. Of course, talk to us a bit, Director Jalo from the Ministry of Tourism. Talk to us a bit about this your informative session you are going to be holding at Mr. Bintumani Hotel.
Yes, Bintumani.
And what is it going to focus on? You've just whet our appetite on these various touristic attractions you've established across Freetown. What are you going to be focusing on telling members of the, because I believe that's a platform for you to educate members of the public to really want to access some of these facilities and make the best use of them. But what are you going to be focusing on?
So that's why we call it information session. So the main objective is to inform the general public that government has invested immensely in tourism infrastructure, and they are coming up. And we do not just want international visitors to benefit from them, but also want Sierra Leoneans to benefit from them. But primarily, it's also to attract businesses, investors, to come under one roof to say, you know what, this and this and this is what government has invested in. We want you to take it over. Sometimes when you take it over, you do not just take it over, we want you also to expand on it, because in some of these areas we have empty land that are closed. We can have services that will complement that service that's already been developed by government. And for instance, if we are having, I was talking about dining at Leicester Peak, in the facility, you will have to come in with the equipment, you will have to fit it out. So we also need people that are eligible, that are qualified.
That will be a source of employment for many.
It's a source of employment, you know. For instance, in Leicester Peak, we are thinking that in the next 3 years, it will generate about 45,000 people.
Imagine.
That will be going there per year.
Okay.
You know, so yeah, it's a lot.
All right.
You know, and then I was talking about Takugama. Takugama, the highlight of that development is the Innovation Center, Innovation and Educational Center, which is a masterpiece architectural design. If you look at the building that is there, it's a mix of metal and wood, and you know, in a very natural forested setting. You know, where you enjoy tranquility, you enjoy calm, you enjoy peace, fresh air. You know, it's a beautiful area. But again, in that facility, what we try to do is to ensure that we attract young people to go there. That is what we call it Innovation Hub. People will go there. There's a media studio that young people will go and learn about different things.
Yeah,
you know, there's a media studio that people will go and learn about different things.
Okay.
There is a modern library that is in there for research. There is also a cafeteria that is there. There's area for dining. There's a viewing deck as well in that area. There's also a viewing deck in that area. So, and again, another beautiful thing is that we'll have a cinema.
Oh,
you can
wow.
imagine a cinema that will host about 120 people. Okay. And there is an event space for functions, for exhibition, for meetings.
It's a multi-purpose
It's a
facility.
multi-purpose complex, a facility that is there. So you can imagine. So what we want to do is when people come, yes, you go see the Western chiefs, you enjoy it, but then there are more things to be done because we want you to stay longer, want you to spend more money, and we want more people to come. You know,
that's all. I really have to hold it there and just pass this one too. You know, I had a friend who came the other time from Ghana to visit in Sierra Leone. He was asking me, where do you go normally for educational purposes in Sierra Leone? Like in Freetown, like not only on holidays. I say on holidays you normally go to the beach. We've been seeing that on social media and holidays you just go to the beach, and you know, a lot of eventualities happen there. A lot of people will go to the beach and then they go to chilling. The parents will come back, end up crying that children are missing and whatever. But you have established places that people will go with their family and then they have a lot of fun and they come back home and they are happy. So what do you really think this is really going to benefit a lot of Sierra Leoneans in the not too distant future?
Definitely, this is going to benefit Sierra Leone. First of all, it's going to attract international tourists, more international tourists. So when they come, they know they have places to go. Even people that are here for short stay, they are here over the weekend. And all these places are so close to Freetown.
Okay.
You think about Leicester Peak, it's like 15 minutes from the center, 20 minutes. Even that Takugama area is 15-20 minutes again. So they are very close, you know.
I have to be honest with you, I can't wait to visit some of these places. But let me hold it there for a while and go to another segment in the program. We want to review the front pages of our local tablet. For that, I begin with our local newspaper. It opens with a banner headline and it says, Health Minister urges public to heed precautionary measures to curb mpox outbreak. Another banner headline on the Auko newspaper that you will find is Minister of Youth Affairs takes oath of office. He affirms government's commitment, and to go with that story is a portrait of the newly appointed Minister of Youth Affairs taking the oath of office, who is no less a person than Mr. Ibrahim Sano taking oath of office. Sierra Leone to launch civic service cooperative credit union. It's another story you can find on the front page of our newspaper. Finally, for the headlines there, SLP cracks down on noise pollution, illegal streets and garages in Freetown. My next pick is the Standard Times newspaper. Away from Auko is it opens with the banner headline: SLP chairladies employ crashes. Queen Elizabeth road land grabbing. Clerk of Parliament must resign. It's a story you can find on the front page of Standard Times newspaper, and to go with that story is a portrait of the Clerk of Parliament, Honorable Paranta Rawali, and the leader of the opposition, Honorable Abdul Kagbo. My next pick is the Independent Observer newspaper. It opens with the banner headline with a series that the paper is working on. Mr. President, can we talk? Part 157. NIA, SLPA, and security agencies crackdown. Dried leaves discovered in container inspection. Sierra Leone ambassador to Morocco engages energy minister. Key highlights of information ministry press conference. Our stories you can also find on the Independent Observer newspaper. My final pick for today's newspaper review is the Awareness Times newspaper. It opens with a banner headline: in a brilliant, diligent legal response to this Grace Benny and Daniel Stunage, Octia Koindu Olins, Her Excellency highlights abuse of corner workers. The Electoral Commission engages Southern officials. Parliamentarians mourn Member of Parliament Musa Paul Moikua. That's also a story on the deceased city member of Parliament, Honorable Musa Paul Moikua. May so rest in peace. Sierra Leone brief European Union, African Union, I beg your pardon, and ECOWAS on Yenga disputes. I believe that's a story for that Mr. Tembe will be very much interested in. Rwanda and Sierra Leone revenue systems partner. And also you can find on the front page of the Awareness Times newspaper. Away from the Awareness Times newspaper, we now bring our newspaper you did for today to a close. But before that, I must remind our esteemed viewers that these sentiments shared on these various newspapers are not the views or sentiments of the SLBC or those of the individual publishers as you've heard them. Quickly over to you, Mr. Tommy Tembe. In summary, as we are wrapping up the program, what other development aspirations is the Kisi Benlu organization yearning to be implemented, especially in the year 2025, as we are now in the entering second quarter of the year?
Well, actually,
or the second half, I beg your pardon, of the year.
Let me say about the second half of the year. What actually we are looking forward to is to call upon the Ministry of Education with the support of government to enhance the growth of textbook institution. Our area is not being given, the immense support in that area of education. And now, what actually is obtaining is products from secondary school and other higher institution, is people that can be able to at least go through technical education, so that at least they can contribute meaningfully in development.
Hey, Mr. Tembe, I'm sorry to cut it short there. Now that your focus is really on education, are you also concerned about education constraints, especially for the residents of Yenga who are disrupted as we speak?
Surely that is another big blow
to the
community people, because children are afraid to go to school.
Okay.
With the presence of this
military,
forceful military guys from across our border, and they happen to be from our sisterly states, Guinea, the Republic of Guinea, and also it also disturbs the well-being of our people. Imagine if someone is having a serious health effect or an attack. You see, how can you take such person to hospital when you have threats like this? Because people now, they move overnight. They are afraid to move during the day, especially those living around the Yenga area.
Okay.
Kwendu is safe, the other areas are safe, but people cannot just move from those areas to come to Kenya. And it's affecting the intra-regional trade. Our people trade across countries. You have this international trade. When it is Tuesday, people from the Kwendu area will move on to a place called Nongowa, across the river, the Makona River. They do their normal, trade of all diverse commodities. And then when it is Sunday, they come over to Kwendu. Now, it has been disrupted. But the Guineans can forcefully, move into Kwendu, but they prevent our own people to go to, to Nongowa, and other, Guinean towns. Okay. But before I conclude, I'm appealing that governments continue to, intensify the current support, all efforts, so that at least this
issue be resolved.
This difficult issue, will be wiped away.
Okay.
Otherwise, our people will always be, in fear, and they will not enjoy the development that is in the offing.
Okay.
Now we have this road construction. The road, we have been experiencing the road reaching to Kwendu. Asphalt is being, well laid out. People are with the strong determination that Kwendu is coming to catapult our neighboring,
Thank you very much, Mr.
neighboring countries.
From Tommy Tembe, from the, of course, member of the Kisi Bendu organization, Roadmap organization, for being in the studio and sharing your insights. We can only imagine the dire situation that is in need of urgent action there on the soil of Yenga and its environs. Quickly over to you, Mamela. In closing, in less than 30 seconds, I really ensure that this will not be yet just another celebration of the MOBA.
Well, MOBA, it's a thing that it's a payback time, so we'll continue to see how best we can contribute to the development of the school and other schools and the education sector as a whole.
All right, Director Jallo, when will this important information session be held?
It will be held today at the Bintu Mali Hotel. It's an evening event. It starts at 5:30.
Thank you very much. Well, that's where we'll be cutting into this edition of your breakfast program. Good morning, Sierra Leone. Many thanks for being part of it, and thanks to our esteemed viewers. From all of us here at Broadcasting House England, this is how we say many thanks for watching. But before we go, our quote of the day came from a mailer, and it says, "One's destination is never a place, but rather a new way of looking at things." Good morning, Sierra Leone. Returns tomorrow. Until then, I'm Dennis Fiza. Signing out.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisa, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure. a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC. And this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Taba, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the radiance of life danced in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits
And memories are made.
You
alone man and woman as a people. Waiting do is Switzerland for well now we are. I say alone man and woman as a people. Waiting do is Switzerland for we get we diamond, where we get we iron or white for where we get time, where we get we bauxite. Fish in the water plenty, wife for well we I say salon man and no man as a people. Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are. I say salon man and no man as a people. Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are. If petrol day, lights day na the whole country, motorcar they run up and no wife for well pan we. If parents get good pay, pikin go school. If teacher get good pay, all pikin they go land. I say salon man and woman as a people. Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are. I say salon man and woman as a people. Waiting do we sweet salon for well now we are. Waiting do do we sweet salon for well.
The grant agreement was under the Grant Assistance for Grassroots Human Security
has taken
Project
his official
initiated.
oath of office before President Bureau at State House. The minister expressed profound gratitude to the president for the confidence reposed in him. He reiterated his readiness to serve with humility and determination, adding that his leadership will be anchored on openness, inclusion, and active engagement with young people across the country. President Julius Maadabi reminded Mr. Sano of his long-standing service within his administration and the experience that he has prepared him for this critical role. The president expressed confidence in the minister's capabilities, but also emphasized significant challenges that lie ahead. Mr. Sano was appointed following the dismissal last month of Mohamed Oman Bangura, who had been the long-term Minister of Youth under the Bureau-led administration. In complementing the human capital development, the government of Japan has signed an agreement of over $138,000 for the construction of a school block and staff quarters for KDC School in Paidu, Bane Chiefdom, Kono District. The grant is part of a sustainable grassroots human security project initiated purposely to respond directly to needs of local communities through small-scale development. The Honorable Consulate General of Japan, Dr. Ram Shakandas, said the support resonates with the policy of the government of Japan to address fundamental human security challenges, especially those affecting rural and underserved communities. Dr. Shakandas said the grant, since its inception, has supported numerous grassroots projects in the country, ranging from education and health. as well as agribusiness and women's empowerment. Chairman Conor District Council Augustine Chiasheko said the construction of the modern primary school to replace the current makeshift structure for the children will not have come at a more opportune time than now. In a significant step towards strengthening the healthcare system, the Directorate of Nursing and Midwifery in the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with key players, has launched 5 documents aimed at enhancing the professional practice of nurses and midwives across the country. The documents include the midwifery strategy, MCH-8 assessment, scope of practice and midwifery procedure manual, nurse and midwifery database website, and the midwifery school capacity assessment. These documents, according to the Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officer, will give operational guidelines that will serve as tools to improve service delivery, ensure standard practices, and enhance the quality of care provided by nurses and midwives professionals. Matron May Fuller described the document as a milestone that will empower healthcare workers to perform their duties more effectively and ethically, noting this will help bridge the gap between patients and nurses. In a significant move towards enhancing procurement processes, a comprehensive meeting was convened in the Western region under the Integrated Public Procurement Reform Project, bringing together representatives from MPs and local councils to discuss pressing issues affecting procurement practices at both national and local levels. The meeting was also aimed to foster collaboration and streamline procurement operations across the region and address challenges faced by various stakeholders in terms of procurement. Participants engaged in discussions centered on the objectives of the Integrated Public Procurement Reform Project, which include improving professionalism, efficiency, and accountability in public procurement. CEO National Public Procurement Authority Fode Kone said the meeting was sensitization for stakeholders of various MDAs and practitioners in order to showcase the work of the Independent Review Panel as an organ within the procurement system in Sierra Leone. The National Social Security and Insurance Trust NASIT has held its Informal Sector Steering Committee meeting on the draft National Informal Sector Policy Scheme. It brought together government representatives, technical experts, and stakeholders to deliberate on policy as NASIT continues its plans to extend its coverage to workers in the informal sector. Chairman of the Steering Committee and Minister of Employment, Mohammed Rahman Soare, described the policy as a bold and clear demonstration of the government's unwavering commitment to transforming the lives of all citizens, particularly those in the informal economy who have long been overlooked in national development planning. NASI Director General Fuad Dabo said over 80% of Sierra Leone's workforce operates in the informal sector, including traders, artisans, transport operators, domestic workers, and many other citizens whose contributions are vital to the national economy. Well, that's all in News Brief. Thank you so much for watching, and goodbye.
no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor na a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it me around land for my and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. So we build and maintain relationship. This is a program also will they counsel you for let you know how for them with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you don't hear it for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Do you know the TV show that brings to you the decision makers who determine and shape the country's policies and programs? Bottom Line is the show to watch.
Well, join Asmiuba as it brings to the table movers and shakers of society and policymakers whose decisions have direct impact on your lives.
Bottom Line comes up every Thursday at 7 p.m. on SLBC TV, Channel 31 with Asmiuba.
Bottom Line on SLBC TV, a program you can't afford to miss on SLBC TV, Channel 31. Join me now.
The show that touches every aspect of society as we leave no stone unturned.
It's Bottom Line, only on SLBC TV.
Memorize this. I wish you them Sunday. Them must be free. Great is the love we should have for family. We should be united whenever we stand.
Let
every day. So if you wanna get your bonga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. So if you wanna get your bonga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. Kinjimi around the water side. Love the fish, we get them every day. Kinjimi around the water side. Love the fish, we get them every day. So if you wanna get a bonga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. So if you wanna get a bonga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. Around the water side. Love the fish, we get them every day. Kinjimi around the water side. Love the fish, we get them every day. So if you wanna get your bonga fish, you better take a walk to the water side. So if you wanna get your bonga fish, you better take a walk to the water side.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else,
or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber.
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us, everybody, we are Freetown.
The past is ours. The future.
Retirement, a time for rest, but not for the late President Amadou Kaba. In 1996, the former UN diplomat returned home ready for a new battle. Kaba chose politics. He led the Sierra Leone People's Party, the SLPP, in the first multi-party elections under the 1991 constitution. Sierra Leone was hopeful. Bad governance, corruption and war had torn the nation apart. Kaba's election was a beacon of hope, a new beginning. In March 1996, Kaba became the first Muslim president of Sierra Leone. His roots were diverse. His wife, a Christian. He was a unifying figure. Every Sierra Leonean saw a part of themselves in President Kaba. But trouble loomed. In 1997, a group of military dissidents overthrew Kaba's government in a coup d'etat. The coup was unpopular. The country was in chaos and grounded for 9 months.
This is indeed what every African country has leader has voiced out to me. That they say it's a disgrace, that there's always some problem by some of these hooligans in different parts of Africa, that Africans are embarrassed, they've had enough, and that they believe that this will be the end to any such coup in any other part of Africa.
Civil disobedience reigned. The slogan was, "No school, no college." One voice that gave hope to a nation in peril was radio democracy. Ambassador Ali Bangura was one of the pioneering voices countering junta peddled propaganda.
I was listening to the radio, watching TV, and seeing propaganda being mounted by the rebels who teamed up with soldiers and overthrew the government we elected just about 13 months before the date of that coup. And I was so furious because having realized the gains that have been made during the short period John Kaba was in office, 13 months to be exact, the exchange rates had been brought down, inflation had reduced, and things, there was hope. And you cannot imagine having gotten the government headed by such a person giving us a new direction that will bring hope to our people. And you wake up one morning and they say the government has been overthrown.
Democracy was restored in 1998. Ali Bangura became Minister of Trade. He saw Kaba's vision up close.
And I worked very closely with him. And that is when I realized the sort of passion and love that he has to see that Sierra Leone moves in a trajectory that any progressive person will be proud of. Because I could remember several times in cabinets when cabinet papers would come and he would have reviewed them through his advisory council, and I've seen that this proposal being put forward to cabinet is one that has some ulterior motives. He would express his own views so passionately to the extent that you will see that it seems as if tears are flowing through his eyes. Will remain a tall, colossal figure in the history of our country because of what he did for this country, and those of us who worked closely with him, what we saw in him. We saw in Tujankava a leader who has great love for the people and the country.
And as a nation, it was the right leader at that time.
Dr. Samabaniam was foreign minister. He was crucial in peace talks.
He was in school. It was difficult to understand the man. He was never emotional. And when it all happened, especially when I flew up, I was detained by the AFRC, by the way, arrested in my surgery and detained, and even my hearing aids removed from my ears and put on the ground, and the illiterate dogs who call themselves soldiers sat on the, now this is the TikTok to Jankabana Conakry. So for a long time, we didn't have this kind of conversation unless I went very close to you. Up to the time I got to Conakry, that's when I got a spare one and used it. So in his presidency, it was not what was good for me, it was what was good for the country. And especially it was the most difficult period.
President Kaba's determination was key to end the war. At the height of the war, some of the things he grappled with were the displacement of Sierra Leoneans and the destruction of social amenities. Rebuilding not only the infrastructure but helping people return to their homes was a very difficult task. Kanja Sise was the man who championed that project.
He now knew the kind of job I was doing. So he had come with the idea, with this vast knowledge in rehabilitation and post-war reconstruction in some other countries. He came now and now told me, my brother, Mfa, that's the way he used to call me. Mfa, I know the kind of work you're doing. I'm thinking of setting up a new ministry called Ministry of National Reconstruction, Resettlement and Rehabilitation. And I want you to serve in that ministry. Because I know that's the kind of job you're doing. That was a brand new ministry that he's the one who set up that ministry. And then he appointed me. My first appointment into government, into political office, was that one. So that is as deputy minister then. So then I started working, in an area that I knew what to do. So he was that kind of man, full of respect, So I served in that position for some time. And then, of course, there was the war. Then we went and we came back. I continued serving in that position. But then he converted the ministry to a commission. And this was because our partners, the donors at the time, said that as a ministry, we were just too bureaucratic for the kind of work we're doing. So because of that, we now converted. He then directed the then Attorney General, the late Mr. Solomon Berewa, to convert the ministry to a commission. This country rebuilding. Because, essentially, the war, the nature of the war in Sierra Leone was characterized by destruction. The war in Sierra Leone was characterized by destruction of social and economic infrastructure. Schools, clinics, all over the country, the rebels would just go and burn down villages and towns and just destroy everything. So that was the task he gave me, to now do rehabilitation and then support the resettlement and reintegration of ex-combatants, of displaced persons all over the country. Now we had many displaced camps all over the towns, even here in Freetown, but then taking them all back to their villages and their places. He knew what he wanted from me. He knew what he wanted from me. And so it was an issue of mutual respect for each other. He would call me and tell me, this is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. And I would do it. And like I said, it was a relationship of mutual respect. And then I would, at this time, maybe give one of the reasons why he succeeded. He was a very liberal man, liberal-minded. And because of his experience working with the UN, he knew what to do. Some of us younger at the time, who were younger at the time, had very, very radical way of trying to do things, especially the impatience we had with the rebels. You know, just thought that military might should be exhibited, should be shown, so that he would tell us and say, call us and say, look, even if you have only one rebel with one AK-47 in a country, he goes and stands in a very remote village and he fires that, already he brings chaos into the country. So I have never seen in my life where war has been ended through fighting. So you have to be patient with me. We have to make sure that we finish this war through negotiation.
Dr. Julius Sandy believes that the country couldn't have had a better leader at that material time, whose vision and commitment were to transform his country and change the lives of his people through the recalibration of the state machinery.
Those were very crucial moments. That was the moment when we needed Pakaba most. Yes, and that was a godsend for us. He was calculated, he was genuine, he just liked the country and he wanted to make sure that we had peace at all costs. But that was just part of his priority. But the main priority was to ensure that we have a stable, productive, and strong Sierra Leone in all spheres of engagement, in the economy, the civil service, the security sector, and all the sectors. That was it. I mean, imagine we were just emerging from war, kind of, although the war was still hanging over us. And then here was the president who had this experience in ensuring that we have a stable regime. You can imagine the drawbacks. One step forward, two steps backwards. Not because of his leadership, but because of the insurgency at that time. So he was just a godsend leader at that time.
From the day I was elected, even before I was elected, it was really on my campaign program that I was going to bring about peace to Sierra Leone.
Kaba believed in unity. He built a broad-based government and engaged young people.
It's extremely memorable, and coming back from the UK as a war child myself, President Kaba was then our president, and he was very receptive to young people, especially hardworking young people. So we had a very good friendship. Myself, the likes of Cherno, Cheriko Konaibul, the late Mosiri Fadika, Mohammed Gentoo. So we were even called the Pakaba Boys. We will go to the late president, and his key message to us was peace and unity amongst ourselves. You know, those days we didn't have all this green and red. I mean, the amount of cohesion amongst us, regardless of your background, whether you are Minde or Timni or Fula. And Pakaba would always say to us, war is not good. And the only way we could mitigate the occurrence of that is how we should be able to accommodate each other. So his message to us had always been peace, peace, nothing less but peace.
Marcella Slbc was a young activist working for Campaign for Good Governance. As a woman and a youth those days, she had a space on the table.
The civil society space was an arena for free speech. You see, I came in contact with the late President Ahmad Tijan Kaba, may his soul rest in perfect peace. When I started at Campaign for Good Governance, but more importantly, as a student leader at Furbeck College, because at that time, we interfaced, with making sure the civil conflict came to an end, and equally so ushered in democracy. Whilst at Campaign for Good Governance, then we were very, very youthful, just coming from college. I could remember the late president is really a transformational leader. He fondly referred to us as them picking them. During the post-conflict reconstruction era, there were so many projects, reconstruction, rehabilitation processes going on, and he was always concerned about the youth perspective.
President Kaba bridged divides. Opposition figures respected him. Some even became his friends.
But I will confirm that I had a very good relationship with him. I will summarize the key areas. One that has to do with his love for peace, national unity, cohesion, and love for Sierra Leone. He was a patriot. He loved seeing Sierra Leoneans together, irrespective of their tribe, their region, their religion, even their status in society, whether you are educated or not, whether you're rich or poor. I'm sure that is why he kept his friendship. Even though he became president, his friends were those that were his friends. Long when he was going to school, the Fadludins and others, he did not change his friends in the past. He had people he worked with across the political spectrum. He had friends in the APC, friends in the SLPP, and even after the elections, he had friends in the PDP. There were other political parties then. You remember the late Temubango and others. Again, I remember when I was chair of AWOL in 2010 or thereabouts, or 11, we invited him to the AWOL Awards night at Family Kingdom. And he was to appear on stage with former President Koma. When we met Tijan Kaba, late of blessed memory, he was happy to meet with us and he was excited to attend the program. We were going to award him for his role he played in not just bringing, but keeping the peace to Sierra Leone. He was there, he sat down as long hours as it could be. With his age, you just imagine. But he was happy being with us. He celebrated with us, he received this prize with humility and left. These things continued even when he left the presidency. I remember meeting with him one or two occasions at funerals. He would go as this simple man, smiling and interacting, no pushing and shoving, no force. So he's somebody I'm sure we wish as Sierra Leoneans he will still have been around. I learned a lot from him, like late President Kaba. I believe in the things that puts us together. So irrespective of the political divide, like I learned from him, I myself don't practice the political divide. I remember in 2007, whilst we were campaigning, on two occasions we met with him, once along Wilberforce and the other along Old Railway Line, Tengbe Town. He was driving himself and one individual in front. I don't know whether the person was a PA or security, but this was how simple he was. He was driving, he stopped and waved to our crowd, and while smiling, all of us were excited and happy. Napakaba, the president I know, waved to Wiso. We saw in him a person who was receptive to all and sundry, irrespective of the political divide, because he believed in one Sierra Leone. And as I said, on both occasions, that was what transpired. And I will tell you, he removed mystery, the mystery surrounding the presidency. He removed the mystery surrounding power.
I met him when I was a young boy in Makeni. He thought that he could use his office to mentor me. If I quote him when he addressed the audience during an award ceremony when he was awarded the Peace Prize, He said, I came to the office of president first and foremost to end the war. So some of you may blame me that I did not build too many roads, but I did not come to build the roads yet. I came to bring peace to this country and to unite this country. And that was what he did. Really, the road to peace was not easy. It led to a military coup, it led to his overthrow, but in the end, he came back and put in place the mechanisms that would bring peace to Sierra Leone. That's what he did. And this is why most of us respected him. And also, he did not politicize the administration of the state. He did not politicize the presidency. To him, every Sierra Leonean was a Sierra Leonean. And he looked, whenever he wanted to consult people, even if you were APC, if he knew that you had knowledge about certain things, he would call you and discuss issues with you. I remember when he was going to the United Nations, he shared his speech with me. So, well, look, Ambassador, one mistake, Odede. I read the speech. And he said, well, go and dress, let's board the plane. So we flew to Brussels. From Brussels, we went to New York. This was how he operated. I was APC at the time. But he did not care. He was SLPP, but he did not care. It was the state. So to us, he was an acceptable president. He was a president for everybody. And this is why some of us are very, very happy that the public continues to respect him.
The late man is always remembered for the establishment of many of the country's post-war institutions.
Well, as a leader, for me, I learned from him. He was strategic, he was a visionary. Like for me particularly, he said, I want to establish a scheme that will take care of the old and those people whose welfare has been affected as a result of the war. So I want a social security scheme for them, right? So that was how me and him came to work closer together. I tried to find out from him what exactly was his vision. And his vision was to make sure that the scheme was established that would take care of those whose hands and limbs have been chopped off during the war, and the rest so that they will have a means of livelihood. Then that was the time I said, well, before we can do this, it is but important that we establish a scheme that is contributory, where me and you will contribute so that at the end of the day, you will not fall vulnerable like those that are here now. So later, I said that's a social safety net thing. So one thing that I can say about him, he listened. And we discussed about it, and he was able to readjust his vision. So today we have the social security scheme. So he has been the man behind the establishment of the National Social Security Scheme, and I will always pride myself as one who has worked with him on that particular front.
At home, he was a loving father. After Patricia, Aissata Jabi Kaba supported him. She is the surviving wife of the former late president.
The late man was a family. Father, husband, he was a brother, he was a grandfather. So he was a very compassionate man. He loved his family. I was trying to go very happy doors to chat, not only me and the wife, even the younger ones at home, kids. So I was very fond of kids.
Slbc Tv hungatesi aba nyame Ibrahim kumango wa adwen hu ben ngam kepen go dokuma ben ga beta yubu musia na ngewe kutuma we na ha bele mufumala uma
ta aje nuni na na awutia a ministry na ana funingi siatima desia ba bwana alhaidi bwa miado do ke tio smada bio ko miado sabe kebe je ana wehi jama Japan committee ati tu bwana tu ko sanga na wehi na bo ko go be a 1000 ondo ya kanu bogo ma waya pa dollar bi ko we tu butu sukuru miado pe vule kono disibin yana gujo ko ve jana wetina parliament in patesia ba tugwa na ti ya butu goma na we nuni yiji na ministry na ana youth affair in patesia ba Ibrahim Sano ogwa na alahidi ubwa do ke jilos mada bio go bumia do save to ye mbati ji na we nuni yiji gulo na asiebwa do ke kini biuma na we tu ni ji fia we ko we ege agege na sia we agu ko manga ye funi ji sia matele bu de ke ya ko la ma do ege to ya me na de ko hunge ye to me ji tati fia we ye office ta da ro we ba na we funi ji sia ko we tu buta daga kini la kuma diploma hande sia ba do ege to nuni ni ji na we otia a minister funi ji sia ta ma hande sia ba donc kini bi ogulo na de ye kini sano to mi gita to fi agwa hi ko we ogu egi agi na se we agu ko manka ye sia be ye to mi ye egi na se ye handa ga kini ko to bi akili kere ye kege la we bi agi na we to mi gi fi agwa ko we ogu egi agi na se we hi agu ko manka ye doe di masalo ni do glacia tele bon de chia ogu ola lo kuma doe to kini Ibrahim Sano na we tamia nuni ni agi to ko lo agama yi to meji te me no na tide ke chabe gawle ga le go ma hi nu ye pe na we ayewo na Mohammed Umar Bangura na we tamia to meji te fi wo go ku go anda ngwago na we botu ga yi lo ko we yi ministry jita bi ego ole roma na we yi to meji ta te fi agwe ko we to buta daga kimi la ko ma do edu ye ko ro hunje ko we tu ko hi committee gi hende sia na we diploma hende sia da malukuma dia Japan committee ati tugwa na to hu pate ye te sign ga na we hi na bu hu ku ko be a 1000 ondo ya no go go ma wa ya pa dollar bi na we na bu jita ko we tu shukuru kebe bi ka mo na sia na we kwate na sia tutu to miado KDEC primary school pendu bani ma miado kono disibin to ye kumiji ti amelo na te pe ndaga kini va na we project digital bi na budget to point ko we to da lokuma ye he bi na sia na we hi ko gali tabi e la lokuma do e to ye fun ba ti sia ti mala numuna na we hi general agie Japan fun ba ti sia ba Dr. Ram Shakanda ogulo na ta ogo ba ti ye ko hunju ye fun ba ti da manu lokuma ko we to ko gali na we Japan gometi ta buyi we ko we ogo ko manga yi weduma na we ko nde sia bi ogo ola kuma ko we hibele ke dile eye dwe to ya melo ode ku hundu ye sia bi ko gali na we to buyi go daga ni ko to go akini ke de ge sia ma hande sia ba ko gali ko ye na va mi lo to go atulu ko yi ga ye ba te ge bo ko we to go to ko mi ji sia ye na we hi ti go ma hande sia bi ogo ola kuma nyange sia bebi tugutu ko yi tugutu le bundi kesia ola lo kuma dwedu to ye kumbati digu hunji chairman na kono district council kumbati sia ba ogosa sheku ogulo na ta ogu ba viteri kuhunju ye sia bebi kumbati di na we hinti da mani kuma ko we tu chukuji primary chukuji tutuhi chuku bi na o na we ti ni na tutuhi ye ki ye wati kita tu fora tuma ye ko go le tu ko hunne ko na we de gesia ko we tu go ga le tabi ogu ola lo kuma bi para dwe to ye ko lo hunji ko we sentia ye ge ndi chekia bi ogu ola lo kuma tu ko hibo je ana we hin directorate nursery and midwife kumbatisia ba tu go na ti ya go tu ko ma a ministry na ka ho bon de sia ba na we tu kumbate ya tu ko ya ko be ando kololo ko we tabi sentia ye ge ndi chekia ogu ola lo kuma dwe to ye kumbate ji ku hunji na we document ji to ku gitia je ana we hin midwife ba bima ti amelo na te daga kini la kuma na we ye gege hinde sia ko we tugu te da kuma duego to ye nuge jisia na we hi ta kulevu nyange sia mate ya dule mi ko we ye te ye ge hindi sia bi tugu te da kuma aye bebe na we hi ye hu bate gita bi na we ko lui sente ya ba bisia ma tugu te da kuma technology ba bisia ma de sia nyange sia tuma hinde sia ayana bi na we sente ya hinde sia tugu te da kuma duego to ye hu bate sia bumala gumui nawe ina metro meri fula ogulo nata ogogo gitia ye kuhundu ko le ye humbati ye humbati tata ma hindo kuma nawe ko we ye gege hede sia ya tuna senti ya ye gibla atie ko we tubutu ga daga kini nawe apie senti ya ye gege kia ya bi aye bebe tuluko hi nyange sia bu nawe hi nyange sia ya dole hede sia putu akiti ko we ye ndi sia kwa tubutu da kuma nawe ye dina setapu ago ya tugoyo tudalo kuma ko we ye humbati sia ogu olalo kuma senti ya ba bisia to ye ko lo hunje humbati ya nawe hi procurement ye hindi sia ko we ogu olalo kuma tugwa na te ya butugo ma agia bubla ati west region humbati sia ba nawe ye project ita ko we tudalo kuma na ko we ye humbati sia ogu olalo kuma duedo to ye humbati yugo hungi nawe ye project ita tutuma kuya integrated public procurement reform project ita ko we ye humbati sia tudalo kuma kia nawe bimabla ati MDA sia tete ya madogo boma kebe bi local council humbati sia ba nawe ye kume bibi wajita bito hohi tudalo kuma gege hindi sia ba nawe ye gege hindi sia ko lui happiness attack ya nawe ye hindi sia kwa to pu agoria ye gege hindi sia ai la kuma duejo sia be ye humbati giti mala ti amelo na te pendaga kini ba nawe putugo akigi kege nawe ape ye gege hindi sia aya bauma ko we ye hindi sia kwa to pu agoria tudalo kuma okpoma ye duejo ma ibele kedi le aye duwe to ye humbati jigu hungi CEO nawe ena National Public Procurement Authority humbati ba fude kone ogulo nata ogogwa gitia yikuhungu ye siabe ye humbati gitata na nyulo kuma ye nava melo tiki agutu koma agia bimabla ati MDA sia ko we ye humbati sia kwetu ku agoya tidalo kuma nawe ye gege ye sia ogu ola kuma dueju o we hibele kedile eye duwe to ye ko lo hunje yeah, but again now we need to Lima and National Social Security Restaurant Trust to go and take here go to go my informal sector, but this year now we community to will on Biado Radishu Hotel, Bidu Salote. Yeah, now we hear Bula at the government officials here, Kevin at ye, now we take 30 years, but you go to the DCS at Dalcoma, Gigi Hindi call me. Jama na we hin ti bebo na sit ba bisiama na we ye humbati sia ko we tupu agoya tidalo kuma okpoma ye dweduma to ye humbati gigu hungi jama na steering committee na we na ministry na employment and labor social security humbati sia ba Mohammed Ramasoi ogulo na ta ogobo agitia ye ku hunju ye humbati sia tidama ye kuma ko we tibe committee na we ye humbati sia to go to pu agoya tidalo kuma tunungati ne mole go call we nasit humbati sia na we ya na we tina fi hindi sia ba gili wewe hindi sia ba ko we ye humbati sia ba tidalo kuma go koma ye dweji to ye humbati gigu mungi gumu na we hin director general agie nasit humbati sia ba Mohammed Fadabo ogulo nata ogobo agitia ye ku hunju ye sia beti ye hindi sia kwa to goyo ga tutola ke percentage na we hin ku go be a nu flego ko we ya saloli bla ati na we tibe ga tibe go we na city ba bisia ma ke ya na we tina fi hindi sia gide we hindi sia ba motoji hindi sia ba na we ko we to good ne mole na city ba bisia sia ba to go to dalo kuma na we ko ma ye ma ko we ibele ke dile eye duwe bodi sia ji ma avele bu fu ya ma ke pende ya le ga ma ga da ne mo na ha veta ye bu sia le mo fu ya ma ta aji ministry na we ena nu youth affairs ba na we muni na agi ebona ala haidi ubwa do keji osmala du kobo nyado sawe kebebi mbate ya ko wetu ku gometi be yege indisia ya na we hi Japan kometi ati tugwa na tana go shaginga ko wetu gutu shukuru na we yina guta ko be atauji hondo ya ka hanu go go ma puma wa pa ko wetu gutu shukuru miado pendu vulem banima gwinya kono disibi ko we go ola kuma duego budi se dime ha bere go fula ma uboma Slbc TV hu batesi aba nyanya Ibrahim kuma go duego be nga ke amolo wati eke
Iko ika basa ba foro akaki akimu Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television Lemineng Ausini Amani Sisinga Kaklika Atis Bari Okapowi Kaka Kenkan Wutisa Funti Ofu Konani Opuku Bashi Mashika Ulika Okubu Karantof Loku Kati Sari Unqua Metsna Antof Mayu Paningani Ampu Bashi Mashika Nekasong Akala Nimi Moloma Odola Ulin Tupa Tam Tofo Tampesa Si Talata Kaku Tamo Akante Kalu Penduka Ayinkoli Ngadu Kono Kabi Kotong Akaka Ofino Mati Amalama Kakli Ka Ati Disa Ashik Duma Bende Pama Matimeto Imam Parliamenti Kakli Kabi Ka Okapo Impebutisia Afunki Ofu Owe Aputite Mo Ibrahim Sanoi Konoi Opoko Bashi Mashikane Dudika Kumunkantofi Kanshika Banabe Ka Antof Okabowe Konoi Komuchi Akubu Momo Salata Malane Ame Obata So Sonko de Banadate Koptelma Obakseka O Konoi Opo Bente Kutuane Akamato Koin Kati Kakati To No Ni Kuka So Paisei Salata Katiti Back to Bumpi Anfon Kibei Ka Antofi Komuchi Akumpowe Momo Ta Ati Apo Sonko Dani Akawumpanto President Swing Kokoso Wuskos Fatimori Kapai ate so me pi de banale ason kore wa komo kone ka perfino de banala ti ason kore ko ka ati atane ko pa back chi ko ki ko ko ka he pa ya ti wa kokoso Wuskoso kakaso muchi okrun kanto fumo ta malane ame oba tatum osonko de banala teleni kokoso tema pati so mo butu square pa lo meni o mo ngapu sonkoto kali kata kani o soba kali pa sompa memo ba kali pa ne do komo kone kakaita tie pa ya te iban sanoi kono ni kati tatit ko kangi ki buge salata malu o kapo wila I ka akamata ka tsakai mo Mohamed Oman Bangu ni moyo kono ni asonko de banadate Amalama ka bumpane I ankamen salata ka ametna kono tafma pits ko koneludi ankamen na antof ngayo yipani o ngani apo pashi mashikene tsakosom akala anye moloma odola awul kenekin tsatsa fort tantesa si salata katmo akarante anto I ode do ankamo kanto yafmalom kan kanta nga atila ankidi isi Poma isui kadu penu kadu paneka ayunkuli ngadu konoi atang ayo tangi tiweti agapina salata kamala nebu afmak titi doli ku kati soi okawompi mo okonsul ka antofna lui pani mo Dr. Shakaran sani kona ikotelma kapa o amala ngai amanga anyepi apanga ai kanto nga antofna lui pani salata katiti marane afam Aimi ka tofa kaima tomo kutspi abai ma mo yang ha kokaso telma so kapa o ngani ampo bua mal afmangi apati kabi atsat amitmatene mo kanto fi o apo bua buts abale kai butsa kakan kadama I bunga ngani mi mayo tsato ya ping ani mo puloi anto ya fun kiso o emayati ampo bua son tafmana Ko so apa kwa ka onkono district council ogo shakoni kotelma ko pa o kali tuma mari tuma anka tenani o ngani be ni o wi salata ma mari saka anku nga lai ka le ka tia ka so telma so pai ni alika ya mani pe ngani ahima no fino mama ni amalama kaba kabute foso ka ebutisia kadamri kama tatifina tubiri doko kati otori ska ebutisia kakanga tela no sinanto yemiri wafi ambulumba inkli kabe ka kokumshi wa tati kogbotone agbontone yi anyima kwene ebutisi ngayo nganyi awede kan kafa kati patamati yi ka kayati ibe tkabagu ka anyemi yomo patmati ka kata kan kamangbali yoma ka ofino wati angi kan atana ni ampoba ta shank atipi tulomelomi afama nganyi tu anyiti keteti kirane ma patma mama ka eshite damna yate ni ibe ye pa yi depu ye salata kamangbali tara tu anyiti kokota ma yoma patma ka ofino wati kamangbali ba ka nakete ma yote kamati tafino mo omolo anyiti kiyoti okumpi mo meto fulani kono so kakoso lumi kapao kochima kama bumpai pai ka abutska ai kanani o anani apanga ani pi sakanake kama pi angemu yo mapatmate mai kama ngbali yo mai ka ofino wati anto kakaso iso afumang aim talo fofane afumate nani kani kakaso telma so partisum ayira abutai mo tangi sibe ka ala na kapamo tfiklai kotong kanga buluma anto yi afumatu mama chiti koneka shite daminati kama aben parte parati kama taichina tebuli tawanti ngoyo ngani awa taimota amalama kama abaka butso panta mimo fino ita afuma ye ba ma ambetegi salata ka chiti wa iswais matai ka atamato tkaskei atela mete amepi mi ayama ka do picture na mi bet kana kama bali sokane ka butai atema fitafina ni amitmate mai mi meni udo atakampo ishanga atela integrated public procurement reform wa atema yote amitmate mai di dasata abadbana yetu ka tomato ta ankwament matito shank anto yi eluka kansulati ka sotane ate no sompa na ka du yopoyo ka ani mcheti ba agbetengatin ka chichira sas mate kama agbolita tumayo ma bempa ka ofino ati ka amitmate mani mi ayoma salata kama agboli gontone ka sosotane epa yemi efino yema pipi ka atibuli ba ka buta yetimente fino ni ka tim sompa du yopoyo kama agbolita tu aiti ke bika epa yate yani ava mai ko bashe babka amitmata mai na so kambi kabika to fofote it's fino in kakli kabika amitmata mama pantatira na integrated public procurement reform nani ibet kana ki kama goli ba kata ka informati mama yoma pantman kama goli yoma ka fina wati anto i kagbanti kana kama taichuna to goli ka taita ti shank mati to ni okobo kado National Public Procurement Authority yimo fudi koneni kone konten na ko pa amitami aramani mi ayama salata kama nguli bika atati ka amban bana ka tamato tan kwa amitmati to shen anto yi anyi yo pe ma pantmati kama anyi angoli ba kata ka titu anyi ti kikirane ma pantamani akamato ke anate atela National Social Security and Insurance Trust must tela anasiti anani awo pukbane amapane me awo pama mi we to sotane eba yinga anate atela an informal sector steering committee ata ayo tangi tibe tiko waske afo manye me yo mo pana mo totu to basket opi atakase ka anasiti ma ngai anwe kana city kama ngoli tero ati sum ait mayo tangi amitmata manyemi ayama kalu gadishiblu hotel do agodi sata afuma bambana kuka ankwament anto yi abambana lom kuka egbape paske yi afuma tayan nabe kako bika ka but tai ati tefino ati ka angi kanatana ka nastan libet kanki kama goli ba ka bika tati ka afuma yemi yo mapat paske to ni opa kwa ka steering committee anto yi okapowi ka ma party mo amere ma swari ngai ngabe ka tiki ka ati yuku ka ai kan hatena ni ka te back pa ngai apo to yi pe ka pa ati afumai ma chim to yo tani Tibet can come and go a pempa, any simia under say car of Finowati. That with the I need to take a second sit me on my apartment fast. Local Kati say, Otoris Kadu, Nasite, Imam Mohammed, Fuad Hawani. Got a mark of half month, taking out a car on Tofi, my own apartment Pasquet. Pito ngani mkilato ngani mkoto cholo imata fatsto tomi tobe ngani pe mi yoma apartment basket oni o anpati ngata ngani ataka sa kana sitke kwa na so antiba shego pani apoli komi kono ta sike ngato fi kokoneli ko choi choi ankolu ani loku ka pepi ka kasa ka pare kama china tfuli loku ka tingo yo ngani ayo mitmo man kalimatong ataya Oka po ifu kaka kim kane ebu tisa afon ki kono yi opo ko bashi mushikane ka akamato ka kubun kanto Julius Malabio ni ka shita banabe kanto Ibrahim Sano ni kono yi kokoso bika kufofaki ka finan kapai opo pa akamato ko ni kakaki to no ni opo ka so fai so sala ka baktirup so yi afon ki to be Doko katso ka bumpane anko amen sala ta mitna kono tafma pit ko konelo li Anto fado ye pani ngani anko amentati apo bashim shikane salata ka som akala ngemi moloma dollar awul kemeki to part of what tempresa say to tuma akante ka do kono in calling atani ka compete atila do pedwi alusina mam sisi na ndia ka aktane ko Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television platform
Slbc TV Freetown Fambo na money no this na the use make us no kono but make I give na the big use first. The new Minister for Youth Affairs don't take oath before President Bill na State House and government of Japan don't sign $100,000 agreement for make them build school na Peidu village Kono district. Now for the East Proper one. After we Parliament we don't approve the new Minister of Youth Affairs Ibrahim Sano, even taking official oath before President Julius Maada Bio na State House. The minister be tell thanks to President Bio for the confidence way he gets inside him. He talk say in already and for doing work with Soyat and don't make all man believe say this work we take am for do he go do am. So we so talk say in leadership he go make sure say he open for all man see and he go work with people them inside this position here so we don't get and so we so engage with young people them all about inside the country. When President Bio they congratulate the new minister, Mr. Sano, for sake of the long-term way he don't work inside the administration there, and because of the experience here, so where he don't get, now he makes so he ready him for this important role here, so where he don't get. President Bio being talk about the confidence we get inside the minister as he go capable for do all what he supposed to do because he don't think at that part there and seriously member and say some problem then they we he will get to solve. Ibrahim Sano then president be appointed after where he be dismiss Mohamed Umar Bangura we be done there for a long time as Minister of Youth under the Bio-led administration. For complement government in human capital development drive, the government of Japan don't sign agreement for over $138,000 waiting for build school and site for tap for teacher them na the KEC primary school na Peidu Banai Chiefdom Kono district. This grant also na part of the app where they give to people already now human na rural community them for sake of the human security project and then they do correct one for sake of people them within a local community through the small scale development. The Honorary Consulate General of Japan, Dr. Raman Chakada say this support also them within a local community and then believe say them problem also about people that within a rural and community way not able to fend for themselves. Dr. Shakanda say this grant also for within beginner then don't support plenty people that within a rural area and some part the thing them way then do a panel and book business, well body business, and then series can put on under wash as well as agri business and woman empowerment. The chairman Kono District Council Augustus Sheku Sasheku say this primary school here so we then go build a final way go replace the way them and just make no more for picking them, and that's go make the picking them get more time for come and the time where they for come school now right now. One important step again for getting to the well body system, the Directorate of Nursing and Midwifery, now the Ministry of Health, together with key partner them, don't one 5 documents where the why use for make sure say they get professional practice for nurse them and midwife them inside the country. Inside this document here, so you get the midwifery strategy NCH aid assessment, where now how you for carry on with that particular practice there, and the midwifery procedure manual way for go by. Nursing and midwifery database website where go show almost nurse and midwifery then they inside the country, and the midwifery school, the kind thing them with them they ask for before you go inside there, and almost people then did the documents there. So according to the chief nursing and midwifery officer, then go help for the guideline and go say so, then go use them as tool for make them do the work proper one, and make sure say the standard where the nursing and midwifery they want continue for the inside the country, and make sure say then provide the quality care with the nursing and midwifery professional for give to people. Then Matron Fuller been serious so talk say then documents they also now one important step we go help well body will command them for do the work correct one, steady one, and with respect. A talk say this will serious so help for lock the whole way day between patient and nurse them na the different side within the work. And one important step for make sure say procurement process all whatever good one, and all one meeting at the Western region under the Integrated Public Procurement Reform Project. Usai been bring plenty representatives them from management, ministry, department and agency, and local council official them for talk about the serious problem with the procurement practice them na the national and local level. This meeting say so now for make them join together procurement, or for make them able to join procurement operation them all about na the country and solve the problem where plenty stakeholder them can get where they get for the procurement. Participant them way been day na that particular meeting day been talk about the objective of the Integrated Public Procurement Reform Project we get for do it the professional work we they do, how for do and correct one, if for accounts for them, and all the inside the public procurement. The CEO National Procurement Authority NPPA Fudi Kone say this meeting also na for give sensitization to stakeholder them for the different MDAs them and the one that we do the work, for make them showcase the kind of way that they do the work, and then for make sure say them for themselves they able look as panel and organize within themselves the procurement system inside Salon. And the National Social Security and Insurance Trust NASIT the all the informal sector steering committee meeting na the forsake the draft national informal sector policy scheme where they want for carry it. This meeting yesterday be all another this in blue and be bring plenty government workman, technical experts, stakeholder them for make them talk about the policy as NASIT will continue with them plan for open them coverage to workman them na the informal sector. Chairman for the steering committee and the Ministry of Employment, Labour and Social Security Mohamed Rahman Swari talk say this policy also na for sure make all man know say it dey in line with government in commitment and for change the life of Salon people them more like the one that we did na the informal economy we don't dey long and then don't DEPAN National Development Planning. NASIT Director General Mohamed Fouad Dabo say over 80% of saloon people the way they work, they operate in the informal sector, and the one and then the trader them, the artists them, the transport operator them, domestic workman, and plenty other saloon people them way them contribution self-important to the national economy. Well, for don't the use again at the big use again. The new Minister of Youth Affairs on taking official oath before President Julius Maada Bio na State House. Ibrahim Sano say in leadership, he go make sure say he open up and include all young and active people then for work with them all about inside the country. And for complement government in human capital development agenda, the government of Japan don't sign agreement for over $130,000 for build school and side for tap for teacher them in school picking them na KD Isi Primary School na Peridu Village, Banet Chiefdom, Kono District. For example, na the use done to me Catherine of Kono District Tata.
Eba obi na siya ba kentumba ko isi masiri manga de kasumi tanka SLBC ami dunya na dina isi masiri amanda ga ke akoto mbina ikiti pe tate de taye ne kali Minister of Youth Youth Affairs CT akoye makeno ba so to ga office of President Julius Maada Bio ga State House comment ya dunga ko ren ko Japan le new signing Kemente uni contratati mi son bitati ba $100 ba no ma yuma isi ne ba 40 ga wen ko apelu ka meti ba ne ba lon ko wa kono be ni ba mai be ni ba hena be ko na don ba mase ma ku tema kana be ke ya koto be ni ba parliament no Minister of Youth Affairs Ibrahim Sano ese tema ko ma Kenema ba no mase ma ko ma se tema ba to kino ka President so office Kenema on ka State House. Minister on the team amu no makoy ma sete manka President so Julius Maada Bio baninya ulania imba sector makoy mama bani ba halu ba ku ka den so no na de ku no petemba ga wo meti ba ku ka pama no ku eren ku bani na de ka ya ko so no ka makoy ma sete ne man ana de dintere no ba kala wa ko so ku eren ku ba sector makoy mama imba ku ka petano masima Kenema ba haltu ba mo ba sector makoy ma Kenema se office Kenema ba nya wale no na yetunde no petemba kai no bia bitone akoto ba sector makoy mama ba ni no ba bia bitone akoto no ka ko en kumba na fomo ba katsama wale mama ba ni the team amu no Minister of Youth ba no President Julius Maada Bio ba simna hemo sano na ba kama lo ma to we ma kwende no kama wali ma Kenema ba de teka ibanyo hunu ha ba ko ka den kitso ba kwenti ba petemba ke ka no kama wali ma du nde ma the president on the konko no ba nyo bula ne aparte o Kenema no na yetinde ni na ba seta ma ko ma Kenema inka konko de o kai ba da ma no ku ba de teka no petemba ma ni ba se kama wali ma Kenema ma ba ben puka bu tsirite ko tai no ba ka sa pon ha ba ni ga ko tsoe Ibrahim Sano na wo yitunde ungama wo nteo setene makoy mama bani Ibrahim Mohamed Omen Banguga na wo nande o setene makoy mama wo Youth Affairs na ko no ne senke o dangadeo na wo nande o setene lo ma to we ba kata no ma wali mama bani ga kotoi ka non kama president wa koto na setene makoy ma Kenema padu na ma senon ka requirement han ka pobre de na government human capital developments ba de teka non requirement over Japan the new signing ma yuma matete keme ulin contract mi son bitati $30 ba halu ba te 40 unte ga ka buhen kwa eduga non karanen bembe bani non karmo bembe ba ko kata yan ba kenamen ka buhen kwa KD Isi school ba ma ka buhen kwa edu ka bompio ga banega loko ya kono ka community ne ba do no mase non la si ba ko en komba ba mase u patido hunga be ba kata ba kata ma wali mama ba ni la koto ma me ma du ko bi de plenty ba de teka non ka meti ba hawande ka be ni ba de teka ba kata ma tani man ka koto ka wen ko ne wole wo general wakwele ko ga Japan doctorat Sankara le konko non ko masibo kombani ka beni ba le te kai la sila ni ba Kenema non ko amenti wakwele ko ga Japan ba pukia non peten ba le dune ba duna masi non kala siba wakwele kombani ba halu ba ka te kai non peten ba ke kai wo meti ka kwele ko non ka meti ba kai ga kayo ba duna masi kombani Dr. Sankara duele ga punkia ga kobri mebe bang ka bia bena bito tse ko ba duna masi ga kwele kombanga malo ma towe ka non pati humbe ka kwele kombani de tenda kai ga beni ba matani ka beba upete koto ba katanon beni ba ta lori lori ba bia bito nga koto ga beni ba yo hamba beti ele ba master memba ko ba ete ba kena me ba paro akoto ga lonkuru ga kutlo ko kansulu eneo ogo sashe ku de kokoi ba iga ba ma ba mlete ba 41 na 40 na o bile puku den kitsa ba punka tsa utikri non 41 ende otio na bile ende puku exeba katsa beni ba matani ma be ba foma bi won puku nya ba kande be no ba ndile kutsa matuma ma yo ba sa ba punka tanwa donc après ko ba na on kai ga kotwe ba na ba katsa masiri ma kotwe kama na bile kunyo ma se ba katsa be ba pito kotwa kwele kombani ga bia bisera tabante nursing and midwifery ga non batala ne tibeni ba pito koto embito sio binebe ta ponta hena bele hunsu ma wali mama ga kwala lu ne bile documenting a soy utongo ba kasama wali ma kena memba non no simbe bembam yer membe ga koto ba kalani bi ga kwele ko ga kom sembe pie ta hu yuta kena men and documenting nga bile tiene ma wali ma yo utongo na bile tanwe mo wali ma kena me na kumsakera kia ha nde ba koto bo kunguba du na mahali ando mamandi ba halu na le tie hu yu kena ma usonia kabeni mama fomu ba tibine ba wo ano si titanda midwifery officer ba halu ba kunka deteka ino be ni ba ti o takwa ba bide ni wali ba katsabe ba no si inka ya me kwi na sulu ya ha ni usonia kama wali mayo we mengi kade kare imba kunka deteka ga no simbe in kalan biga koto iba to ina sani nga kena menga metro me fula de kunko non atakanga tio nga bani kama lo ma to we na bebe na ba ye hibinde ga beba upita koto na kai ga koto ga kwelen ko bile ba wali be ba seta wali ma kena mema tenko tai na bile me ni wali ba me hariando beti ba deteka no yigo imbiga no simbe bana ba hoeke ga kia huyu kena mabani punka punki tsande huyo hai kabe ba mo wali ni upeta koto na kai ga koto ga kwelen ko ba deteka ga no simbe in bato na nibiga kwelen ko na punki ne usonia banda yo la bata na masirman kabe ba yo ba bile dinti ga beni ba ga boya munku mu yo hai ka nomba deteka ga beni ba office me ba punka kasa wali ma wai ka wo hen ku Western region kabeni ba sende la tabantera pour public procurement fund projects de certa bante non bisete makwe mame ba wali ni kai ya pamenti ka kansuli be ba tia sarani non petemba ne ke kai ba non ba beni wali kai penti ka kweren ko inka madungi mahena kamiti o mi do isi petemba ne kai mu mutama de ba ne wali imu ne boyi ba katama wali mu mamba ni ga kotoi mi de sega bonga hamba ni ba kunkia beteni ba sisi bine ka batalembi hawande ba kalan bi ganda kotsoy ba ditekai ga ponham ba na bile katima wali mama ba ni ga kotsoy bisete makoy mame ka senga tabate ba tia sarani ba bile ponko no na bile nyoma halando mama ni wali kai ka ofisi mebe ba tisanda bito nga sani nga kene me mambe na bile be ni wali imba ponka ditekai ne duno ba ka ga boyanta upunku ba tsonga na bwe ntagi be nana beni ba mafo mbele sega tabate ba kunka sisima wali mama bani si o wapo wa National Public Procurement Authority nda koto na pi de ponkoi ba hantu na bdelete ne fodi koni ba na makuta ne mabo ibi ne mamba kunka tongna non bakalani bisera tabante binga e ka wali bi kwamenti bisete makoi ma kenemen halgo na bde ke detekari kana bide kuke dektere mo wali magni na pon hankai da kotsobe hupo bide do hana National Social Security and Insurance Trust nasit bide boy makuta ne ba non bia bi ni pon ba yete ba keno e ni wali kai da kwamenti ba puka ba makuta na bide sera ta bante ba bide puka tenwe halo ndo mo ndo kuskobro kenda ba pukatia katale mpe pukinga ine ba kutanta ukenda biboya makutani mama mbe bigonde te kai no bisera tabantebe ba limbe ha kwamenti bitenga sani na kena men yoi bakarani bembe ma bigonti sarani ba te kai asirani ba kena men ba kapongo anasit kana bile kai ga kotso ga beni ba te kitibile ba halgo bini ma walimbe titana ba poni be drive bebe mam ba halu na bile pukete te kwa ha ba na bile pukinga ni taite ba katano poni ba kena men ba ka kotso Bakodo apoto as in community, Batalonete Benin Baga Wali, Labor and Social Security, Oda Koto, Mohamed Raman Swari, Tony, non Sidan Bambambani, Nable Beni Waluyoi, Inka Umete, Ba Nables, the Teka Kwamentia, Kabeni Bat Tebide, Bapukaisa, Umasibuke Koto, painting Kamadumi, Mara Ometi, non Lasiba Kwerenko, Ba Hamtuna will take a unique Pony Bambe, in between a standing a hen back. Non ablet to take over Nasit ba kungana na tagite inablet kungini muhamba kasima wali mama banga kotoi Nasit Director General wenda koto Mohamed Fudida bode kunkoe ga pasenting contra son katati non la siba kwerenko bi ni mawali mambe kabeni ba na sani na hena en la siba bamba ni foma bi won puba to embanya umasumande ba kataraba na huba kakwerenko na ben kaya kotoi Sena pinda masima mba helen kake ngomina pe takwe den tare de kai Minister nga ma yutunga po youth affairs de sete makwima Kenema nga tonkunu de president so Julius Mara bio office Kenema nga state hat iwa sanoba nyoba kalao kawatala uneti beni mbaga bia bitone nga poto petemba kahibinde kanabile ke ya poto kwa mensa po na human capital development agenda kwa mensu dunia Japan the new senma yuma matete kanon kemeunte ruling contra tatimi som bitazibate ya non 40 oga uhenku ga pedu kameti bane ba lonkore ga bendera kalonkore ga kono beni mama foma bele isi bamba kasamali mama bane ga koto sema pina masilma konda don na inga bina ya amidumbia handa dumbe kateneo
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
So one thing that I can say about him, he listened, and we discussed about it, and he was able to readjust his vision. So today we have the social security scheme. So he has been the man behind the establishment of the national social security scheme, and I will always pride myself as one who has worked with him on that particular front.
At home, he was a loving father. After Patricia, Aissata Jabi Kaba supported him. She is the surviving wife of the former late president.
The late man, he was a family. Father, husband, he was a brother, he was a grandfather. So he was a very compassionate man. He loved his family. I was trying to grow very good relationship. Those to chat, not only me and the wife, even the younger ones at home, kids. So I was very fond of kids. Because he would always say kids are very genuine, they will love you unconditionally with no strings attached. So he always has that love for kids. So he was very fond of him. Because of his background, Pakaba initially was an economist, a diplomat, a seasoned civil servant, and a lawyer. So because of that background, he was able to negotiate well, and he listens well, and he also consults people. Pakaba believes when there are issues, when there are problems, you bring people from different facets of the society, you discuss with them. So after tapping into all those resources, then he will now sit down and negotiate very well. And that is why it was very easy for him to negotiate with the rebels. And he also believes in delegating responsibilities also. So you now begin to see, even when the negotiations were going on, he will send his vice president, the late Solomon Berewa, to go and represent him after they have had several meetings and with also other people. So I think because he likes consulting other people, he likes getting ideas from other people, so he was always on top of situations. He never believed that he has monopoly over knowledge.
Protecting a president can be very challenging, especially in times of war. William Fayaselu served the late president as Chief Protection Officer, a duty he discharged for 11 years, and many of those years were difficult moments.
I was there throughout his entire tenure as president for 11 years. For 7 of those years, I was the Chief Protection Officer. I remember once we went to Boo in one of our numerous visits, and we had a whole lot of Kamajos lined up out there in front of hotels and meetings. I tried to restrain him not to go there to shake hands. He said, no, those are my people. Those are the ones who are going to end the war, and we are going to end the war together. So he said, just follow me downstairs. We went downstairs. He shook their hands for a very long time. He was shaking hands with people. Once when Daru was actually under siege by rebels, that was when the Pakistanis were there. And then we had the Manchester-born Inspector General Kit Bidu. He actually wanted to stop him from going there. He wanted to go there to be part of the reconciliation process. He said to him, no, Kit, if you are not going, say I'm going. Say, Selu, let's go. So that's how it was. Those are the things I actually saw in him. I said, when somebody possesses those qualities, he's a successful person.
I was very close to the president because the relationship started during the elections. I had served as
secretary to his campaign, his first campaign. And the campaign went very well. And of course, the results were very, very positive. So from that time onwards, we became very close. And that translated into government. And he asked me not to, ask him for any ministry, because he wanted me to serve in his office. So of course, I was like a novice in government. I had worked in university. I had come from the Department of Mathematics. I was head of mathematics department, and I had no idea how government was running. But I came and met this man who was, a seasoned diplomat, an accomplished diplomat, who had worked for many years in the public service, and he knew exactly how government functioned. So the first few years were really years of training. And during that period of training, I became like his blue-eyed boy. I was always with him because I was learning.
Kaba, apart from bringing all manner of Sierra Leoneans into his cabinet, into his administration, he also tried to make them feel good, even when he had to let them leave for one reason or the other.
Now my husband, apart from being my grandpa, so I was always that little child that looked forward to chocolates from his state trips. So every time he came back from a state trip, he would send me a box of chocolate that was popular in that country and a note card saying what country he had been to. Every birthday, he would invite us to the lodge, and I would share cake with him, whether it was me or my brother. He would share cutting of the cake with him. And we became very close actually after his retirement, when he moved to his Juba residence, where he would introduce me to people as a men picking, somebody who left to out for men.
So what can I say about Pakaba that hasn't been said already? Not much. All the wonderful things you've been hearing about the old man is simply the truth and more. Besides the fact that Pakaba was our beloved president, he was like a father figure to me. Pakaba was a patriot, a man of deep faith, indeed a man of peace, and yes, a Democrat. If he wasn't, then 2007 would have been a different story, and maybe we would have gone back to the dark old days. One thing I respected about the old man is the fact that he never once tried to get me to stifle the creative output of my artist. He would say, "Una left them make them sing. What's they no gonna bush?" That was Pakaba for you. I have always had this firm belief that every individual have a role to play in the advancement of man, no matter how small that role. Each and every one of us have a purpose in life, and that is to fulfill the will of God. Not too many people can boast of achieving that, but Pakaba, I believe, fulfilled the purpose for which he was put on earth, and that purpose was to bring about peace in our beloved Mama Salon.
And the late Amatijan Kaba saw me and asked me, "Hey young girl, what's your name?" I said, "I am Dr. Fatmata Hassan. Where are you from?" I said, "From North Tonkolili district." And he says, "The way you care about your people, the way you talk and ask questions, you are one of those ladies we need home. We want you home. I want you home." He not only said we, he said, "I want you home." The late President Alhaji Amatijan Kaba, I hate to call him late, because to me, I wish he was still alive. He was such an inclusive person. All he asked for was peace and cohesion of the whole of Sierra Leone.
Never again shall we resort to violence.
settle matters of political importance. This is the product of war. So I hope we shall all learn from this and try to embrace peace wherever we are.
A decade since his passing, Kaba's legacy inspires. He is remembered as a unifier, a leader, and a beacon of hope. Ahmed Tijan Kaba, the unifying leader.
Usa you did, tell me Usa you did. Say you so rest in peace, and it's how you did. Usa you did, Papa Usa you did. May you so rest in peace, and it's how you did. Cause we did miss you. Papa, we did miss you.
Good afternoon and warm welcome to the podium. Today is Thursday, 15th of May 2025. We start with our quote of the day, which comes from John Sternberg, an American writer, and it says, "Power does not corrupt, fear corrupt, perhaps the fear of loss of power." In this edition of the program, National Executive of the Commercial Bike Riders Union, an internal wrangling over allegations of corruption and leadership struggle. Civil society activists calls on the Petroleum Regulatory Agency to reduce the price of fuel. And IPAM University of Sierra Leone Observe Entrepreneurship Week and other activities. All these issues, including your messages, which you can send to 030073-719, or you can follow us on our Facebook page at slbc.sl. It's the podium. You're most welcome for the next 1 hour of the show. Welcome back to this edition of the program, The Podium. You can be part of our conversation this afternoon. Sending your text to 0300733719, or you can follow us on our Facebook page at slbc.so. Let's start right away. We're in a civil society organization known as Native Consultative and Research Center is calling for an immediate reduction of pump price of fuel as directed to the Petroleum Regulatory Agency. According to the consortium, the world price of fuel has dropped by more than 17%, and the Leones continues to do well in the forex from April to May this year. Also, the consortium is concerned about the deplorable state of the Wakafine buses. For more on that, I have Edmund Abu, Executive Director, Native Consortium and Research Center. Good afternoon, Edmund. Welcome to the podium.
Thank you very much, Salman.
Okay, let's start with this first issue. In fact, you're one of the civil society organizations or individuals that have been, pushing for this. According to you, the world price has dropped by more than 17%. If this is the case, why do you need to remind PRA of their own responsibility?
Thank you very much.
For this calls for a reduction.
Yes, thank you very much, Salman. Just with your permission, before going to the subject again, please, I want to call on the government, the Ministry of Information, please to speedily and cautiously look into the welfare of the staff of SLBC. The Native Consortium is concerned, and we want it to be solved, because the SLBC is what makes our work. We cannot exist without the SLBC. Particularly people like you, you've been covering my program for more than 20 years. So please, the consortium is saying, please, and to answer to your question, I mean, of course, I've been in field for a long time. The first pump price of the formula, I was one of the authors in 2005. You've covered most of my program. So what we want to do now is to beg, if you like. PRA, don't overlook this thing, and we cannot allow this thing to be swept under the carpet. Pump price supposed to be reduced to 24 euros. How? Firstly, if you can recall, SMBC covered the program. For instance, all the petrol stations around the Grafton Road are selling pump price of fuel at 26 now. The SMBC covered the Zara story. You understand? For the first time, we have private station and that's reduced below the government regulated price. Now, as I speak, 18 fuel stations, including Bassey Enterprise in Port and other places, 18 have already reduced their pump price of fuel to 26. Not only that, it will also shock you, Salma, and the SLBC and the nation, to understand that in fact, the Wakafine bus, their own price, the price that the Wakafine bus is selling is buying fuel is 24 euros. Shockingly. And the MP is still making profit because they are buying from MP. So, if they can sell at 24 to Wakafine and spend on other buyers at a special price, if Zara and others can sell at 26 and still make profit, they are still surviving, they are still in the market. And the pump price, and of course the global market price has reduced, has plummeted by 17. Salma, you don't need the rocket science, you don't need Ebunabu, you don't need an alpha man or Moriman or prophet to talk about this, you don't need even an academist. It is a 6 pump price of fuel. Then the price of transport should reduce. Then the G-blocks and Kobo for Bamoluma to Freetown supposed to go down, because these are the pass-through effects. That is the center of the Native Consortium. So coming to the Wakafine. Firstly, we have problem around the issue of why should, I know this should not, many people say, well, after I was Edmond, after all the body they run, okay. But now as we speak, 12, in fact, it was SLBC Morning Coffee, was the first program, you Salma, you hosted myself and the Wakafine. We told them that these bosses are all faulty. Now people say, oh, Edmond be talking. No, I'm not an alpha man, neither am a prophet. But it was just simple. Firstly, the buses came with huge mileage. Huge. I'm talking of, when you are buying, everybody knows, Salma, that when you buy a vehicle, if it is a new one, factory made or factory specification, you understand? Now they said, oh, When I raised that on SLBC, they say, well, in fact, they drove the bus from the manufacturing to New Delhi. It was a long distance. Okay, fine. Long distance. Let us say it was from Pujehun to Wataki. So do you think that distance should cost like 1 month? The buses drove like 1 month. And then when they arrived, they drove those buses, the Waka Fine bus, from Wataki to Kokri. And they were packed. And when you look at the mileage, they have something like buses that have been run for like more than 100 days. That is one. Secondly, the certification. You know, when they certify buses, like these buses were certified in 2016. You understand that when they, like for instance, if you finish a vehicle, they will certify. Okay, now this vehicle is ready for road. This project, this urban integration, actually started in 2018. This is what the ministers, this is what they said, not this current minister. So the buses to plus minus cost $7 million. It was a free gift, farmer, by the World Bank. And this is the problem. So now what we are saying, we have met the World Bank country manager to warn him that Mr. World Bank, firstly, we have what they call liability clause. We have 18-month warranties of those buses. Mark you, the buses started running from January 2nd. This was the same day you hosted us here, the Money Coffee, February 2024, last year. So we still have 18 months. And secondly, World Bank is here to pay them the 10% to Ashok Leland. So we are warning the World Bank. If you dare pay that 10%, then I will just go to Pennsylvania Avenue to make a case. And in fact, by next week we are writing them, specifying all of this issue. The administration and the monkey ticket, it's a different kettle of fish. How they administer between SMT and because the issue of 24 years, let me also correct that. It was not done by the government. It was done because of Kobe Walker. Kobe Walker used to work at the LP, so he used his own influence as former manager. He retired. Now he's I think the MD of Metro. So it is that influence that he leveraging that the Waka Fine boss is bad. So it is good. Let us clap for Kobe Walker. But the point again, if they are selling, if MP, which Kobe Walker used to be CEO, is selling petrol, the pump price per liter for 24 years, and they are still making profit. In fact, that's why the other day I was even singing for them. I said, but there is no one sing. I can sing for them, even on the studio. Please pay away, we are begging. Please. Reduce this pump price of here to ease the economic burden of the people. So that's the question for them. They need to answer that question.
But when there is an increase, the PRA is also in a position to do the needful. When there is a reduction, do you need to remind them?
Of course, we need to. In fact, sometimes
you need to. When there is an increase, normally people don't.
In fact, when there is a, let's say, because it's a demand and supply factor, when it's increase in the world market, firstly, what the OMC does is to squeeze us to the corner. They will hold the fear, create artificial scarcity, which you know. Oh, fear no day. They will start to seek you to lie. You understand? Then they force the government. So even when the government doesn't have the appetite to increase, they will force the government to adhere to their own price. Now, when there is a reduction, do you know what they will say? Oh, no, it will not sell the old stock. We will not sell the old stock it. But now, look, this reduction started in March, April. So you want to say not sell old stock it? You should have done away with your old stock by May, and I've been giving them privately. When you see the fear, when you see the reduction, you saw the reduction from 30 to 27. I don't need to come to SLBC to go to any station. I go to that, but the store is also limited. So our problem also in Sierra Leone is storage. That's one of the limitations. That, of course, I can tell you with fact. You understand? But having said that, they are still making profit. They are making bomber profit. So because whatever they call, and when you look at the formula, what they sell to the dealers, from the OMC to the dealers, as at last year, they used to sell at 22 to the dealers. And the profit margin supposed to be on the formula 1 leons. The tanker driver is supposed to receive in Western area 750 or 900. If it's in the provinces, they give them 1 leons, meaning they sell and give like 26. They sell 27.3. So within that 27.3, you've already knocked off the tanker drivers and then the dealers that owns the station, they have 1,000 profit margin. This is how it has to be working. But now when the Aminata was coming, before Zala and Aminata came, what MP did was to reduce their margin. They started to give their dealers now, okay, no, they go now 21, 22, 23, diesel 24. And now the reduction is there. Salma, you don't need to listen to anyone, just go to the internet. It's there, it's open to everybody. You can see, I'm just here to tell you that looking at the proportion, how much reduction, it's more than 70%. So give us like 15%, or let us even say like 13% or 12%. When you work that percentage, it gives you something like about 24. So if I saw people like even say, no, Edmond, no 24 too, but if you ask back, just ask small force. then you with evidence, I give you all of this evidence, Salma. So what you need to do now, go and ask how much these people are selling around Zala. I think you know that I've given the nation that evidence. It did not come from me. I took journalists, asked them. Now this one they tell yes, now 26. Zala was the only one that used to sell. So what happened around the Grafton Highway? Everybody was running to Zala. So now what has happened? All of the other stations now within that Grafton Regent to Grafton, all of them have reduced their pump price of fuel to 26. So not to government alone, not to Salma, not to Edmond. It was because of the competition. Zala captured the market. It captures all the consumers. So look at Basi Enterprise Input Local. So this is clear evidence. This was before April. Remember, we did that in February. Now, because of the Trump tit for tat tariff, the fuel has plummeted in the world market, and over and above all, the Leos is doing well thanks to the central bank governor. So what argument does
Let's go back to the aspect of the impact of the reduction in transportation. For many Sierra Leoneans, it has no effect, because if you read the two previous reduction, Ministry of Transport is at some points, citizens reminding them that you need to readjust. But again, I don't know what happened. Even with the two reduction, there was no readjustment to the transportation fare. So citizens are the masses, especially with the keke and the bike riders.
That is why this topic has begun with the transport. That is, do you know why the whole world is celebrating Ibrahim Traore? If it was Ibrahim Traore with the Waka Fine bus, that transport should have been 3 Leos, pole to pole. It was Ibrahim Traore. Maki, this was a free gift. And now look at the problem. All of them have related problems. Steering, beam problem. Where you turn the steering, so you need to turn so again. So it's a manufacturing problem. And when the buses arrive, they have high mileage. It appears as if just like what Logos did with that red buses, where even before 6 months, most of the buses are parked. They say they came with mobile gas. It was all fake.
So what's the challenge of us managing buses?
Well, the question we should be asking, people say, oh, government is not a good businessman. That is fictional. That is nonsensical nonsense. Government can be a good businessman. Governments have managed other businesses. Now, when you give private people, what it does is to exploit. So we have to find a midway. So the question around that is to ask the transport minister. That is why we should ask him. That is the Minister of Transport. That is their question. Why is it that before coming with the Waka Fine bus, why didn't you do pre-shipment inspection? What they did was to take the experts. They saw the prototype. Now this kind of bus will be supply owner. But before the buses could left New Delhi to come, you should have gone back again to look at this bus really, this factory space, this specification, country space. Is it the same bus? No, it is not the same bus. And why should this bus have 2016 certification? A bus that they said alleged, Ashok Leland alleged that they created this bus for Sierra Leone, tailor-made for Sierra Leone in 2023, 2024. So many of the buses were not actually new. That is the problem, and that is why I'm too grateful to Money Coffee, because I learned most of these things. And secondly, the cost, 10,000 to 10 years for protocol between Central to Lombi. What they should have done, create the difference from bus station to number 2 or Bobo, from bus station to Jui. Then you can make it 10 years. Then Edmond can clap for you. But when you came, you met the commercial transport running at 5 years pole to pole. You told them, oh, Now, go for instance at the eastern, you will drive along the old road, and at the west, keke and puda, don't drive around Twinkies Road. That is nonsense, and that's the problem. You understand, Salma? Why should you? And these are the keke and the to throw away. So coming back to your question, lastly, please, when you have, anytime you have them, call them to the studio and ask them. We struggle, we fight. The fear, all that we do here is coming from nobody pay me. Nobody paid us. Maybe they are paying the Consumer Protection Agency. Nobody pays Edmond. Nobody buys my fare. We come to the studio in the morning. This morning, myself and Wayne, we are at Epic Radio all over the place. No, but it's voluntary. They pay people. So the people that we pay, they need to do the needful. Edmond will need to come to the studio. But sometimes they give us all. So now, when you fight with that, you fight with PRA, let us say we succeed. It's highly likely that we will succeed by the grace of God. Then you start now the next fight now. Hey, Mr. Minister of Transport, call them on. I'm not a friend to Cabinet Kalon, the former Minister of Transport. But I've seen that most of our transport, they are much more interested in some of these big deals. Go buy 1,000 bus costs $5 million. But your ministry, and that's the thing I missed about Logos. Logos used to go to the streets under the former APC government to monitor the prices. As much as he came with fake mobile garage buses that before 6 months all of them are packed. Go to the minister of, go to the SLD True Transport. Asalman, go there yourself. Most of the buses are packed. And by the time you know it, before they say June, July, August, we only have 35 buses. And there's pressure now for transport because the worker-fine buses are shorting. And from now to 6 months, we still have steering problem. What about the engineering? What about the mechanics, the promisors? What about the RAM for the disability? What about the AC? All of them is not there. So Nashinka.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Edmond Abu, Executive Director, Native Control Human Research Center. Let's move on now to another issue this afternoon. A cross-section of the Sierra Leone Commercial Bike Riders Union have made an official complaint to the Minister of Transport and Aviation concerning the President of the Union, Financial and Organizing Secretary, over allegations of corruption, maladministration and abuse of office. Mr. Sandy-led executive was elected into office 1 year ago in an elections the other party considered as stage-managed, questioning the credibility of the process. One of the complainants is a national PRO, Mohammed A.T. Nabil. Good afternoon, Nabil. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, good afternoon, viewers.
Okay, so we see an official letter written to the Ministry of Transport concerning what you consider for the last 1 year, how the president has been running the affairs of the union. Take us through that letter. What's the concern there?
Our concern is the bad administrations. Our concern is the unconstitutional conduct of our president. Our concern is the corrupt dealing of the president. The union funds are being directed to the orange money instead of the EcoBank account we inherited from the former administration. That's another major concern, which we need the Ministry of Labour, Transport, Youth to come to our aid and salvage the situation. Also, our concern is the ticket sales out there to the membership on daily basis. The proceeds that are being sent to the National Secretariat are supposed to be in the coffer of this account of the union, but unfortunately are being sent to the orange money account. That's also another huge concern for us. A whole institution, Bike Riders Union, a little over 1,256,000 young people on daily basis are doing their financial transaction. How could you subject that financial hub to orange money? This is corruption to the highest level. We are against it. We have pleaded. We have held so many meetings for us to have a resolution, for us to have a proper administration running. But unfortunately, the president vehemently refused, saying that he does not have farm outside Sierra Leone. His farm is in Bike Riders Union.
Is Bike Riders Union a farm?
A farm, yeah. This was said by the president in a meeting, to a resolution and meeting.
What message are you sending to your membership if you what you're now claiming and making sure that the president said Bike Riders is a farm?
It's a farm. So my message is not only to the Bike Riders Union, but to the state authorities that there is a corruption actively taking place in the leadership, under the leadership of President Ishmael Sandi, and which we are calling on them humbly, respectfully, for them to come and give justice to the bike riders union. And the other thing also, the tickets and the bike stickers is 100% embezzled by the president and his cohort. The sticker, each and every bike across this country are supposed to be registered to the union. And when registered, we are supposed to give you a sticker. That sticker
is paid for?
Is paid for.
Okay.
The National Secretariat produced those stickers and sold to the regional executive members. So the proceeds we got from that particular sticker are supposed to be directed to the union account, but unfortunately, those funds are being squandered by the president 100%. No accountability, no rule of law. The president and his cohort are doing things with impunity. They said no one dare question their authority. So we, the Secretary General, and I, and our chairlady, and other national executive, we all sat to discuss, and we wrote this letter of complaint as against the current administration of our president, so that let the Ministry of Labour, Transport and Youth Affairs let them come in and salvage this situation. And the other thing is, we are supposed to have our Board of Trustees. The Board of Trustees, the Constitution says, after the 2 months after the conduct of the National Executive Elections, we are supposed to constitute a new Board of Trustees. But unfortunately, we are 1 year, some weeks now in office. We came into office, we were voted in on the 5th of May, 2024. So to date, we are 1 year, some weeks are in office. Up to date, the board have not yet been constituted. And the regional executive has done their own part. They have the constitutional responsibility to appoint their board of trustees per region, 2-2. And the regional executive has done that. But it is left with us as the regional national executive member to approve the board of trustees. But up till now, the president on the 16th, we held another meeting for us to have an internal resolution. The president vehemently rejected the approval of the board of trustees. So all of these things put in play, we saw it as an insult to the union, we saw it as a corruption, we saw it as unconstitutional behavior. So we will not take the law into our hands, we will follow the due process. So the Secretary General and I and other national executive members, we sat and wrote and sent this particular complaint letter to the Ministry of Labour and other line ministry. So what they did, you invited me to SLBC. So I came. It is, the Bike Riders Union is not a secret society. It's a public office and it needs to be scrutinized by the public. So I came and discussed the internal wrangling or happenings within the corridor of the Bike Riders Union. So what the president did, on Monday the 12th, he went and called or mobilized some regional executive. They held a meeting without any investigation. We were not even invited to the meeting. They just discussed. At the end of the day, they just came out with a vote of no confidence as against the Secretary General and I, the national PRO. Wow, how could this be possible? Is that the proper way to investigate or to take action against any elected national executive officer without the consent or approval of the Board of Trustees? The answer is no. So they are there hovering around saying that we are former national executive officers.
So have you been kicked out of the executive?
That's what they said. But constitutionally, no. Right? Because
what does the Constitution say?
The Constitution says,
if an elected officer, what qualifies, the executive, maybe the Board of Trustees, to ask that individual to be set aside?
That particular individual has to be given sufficient time to defend him or herself before the disciplinary committee member. But unfortunately, the president called some regional executive officers. They sat at the secretariat, discussed, make all sorts of blah blah statements. At the end of the day, they came out with press release. The president, the Secretary General, and the PRO has been nullified from their position. Wow, is that the proper way? We have our constitution. And the Board of Trustees, he cannot take such action against a legitimate or elected national officer without the consent or the involvement of the Board of Trustees. But this Board of Trustees had been vehemently ignored.
by the president for them to constitute their
Mr. Nabi,
approval.
personally, had a very good relationship with this individual.
Of
Because I'm
course.
reading Mr. Ishmael. In fact, prior to your election, you're one of those who actually were campaigning.
Yes.
How did this relationship gone sour? What went
Because
wrong?
I served under the leadership of Umar Teliba. I was the PRO since 2018. I was voted in. So by the end of President Umar Teliba's former term of office, there were so many things going wrong. So because of this, my regional chairman, who happens to be the current president by then, called me.
He was the regional chair for Western
For Western area.
Yeah.
He said, Mohammed, this is my project. With you and other reasonable people, will be able to move this union and correct the mistakes of our former leaders. So please join me. Let us take this leadership in terms of development. I said, okay, as long as this is your intention, you are ready to take the Bikeriders Union to another level, apex of development, definitely you have my support. The former president tenure was 1 year in office. I declared against him in favor of this current president. By then he was the regional chairman. You are very self-clear witness in all of this. I took the podium on every platform across this country. I campaigned vigorously for President Ismail Sani. And today...
Are you expecting maybe financial reward?
No, I was not expecting financial reward. That was not my intention. My intention...
office, you could just
no,
be swearing his name?
No, my intention is the riders are out there. Our primary responsibility is to seek their welfare.
And this man is not seeking their welfare?
At all not. The question is, are there any medical facility for our riders? No. We are not saying because of the financial availability, we are expecting the president to come and build a whole structure for medical facility. No, that's not the case. There are established medical facilities across the country. All we need to do, let us have memorandum of understanding, right, between the union and those of the medical facilities out there, so that our riders will have a referral center whenever our rider got sick or had an accident. So we refer them for a minimum cost, and the union also will chip in to contribute towards that particular accident or medical treatment for that particular rider. Is that enough? This is not a skyrocket demand. And the other thing, our riders are out there. They need lawyers. Though we have pleaded to the government for them to, like specifically the Sierra Leone police, for them to go easy with our riders, but that will not stop the law from existing. The law is clearly established that when you default during riding your commercial bike, you'll be arrested, investigated, and charged to court. We cannot stop that. We will only plead for the police to go slow on our membership. But yes, still, our membership are being charged to court. Are there any legal luminaries to represent our riders? The question is no. Just 1 or 2% of those funds generating from our members is more than enough to have legal representation for our riders. What is wrong with this demand? Are this demand big? No. It's just the willingness. The acceptability is the most important thing. But unfortunately, this is a crime. I told them, I said, if this ends me, my own existence in Bikeriders Union, so shall it be. The most important thing, I am standing for the justice, and the Bikeriders Union must be emancipated from the corrupt individuals that are hovering around the economy of the Bikeriders Union. That is my challenge. So
how do you give account of monies collected from the mega resources, from these bike riders?
Well,
who toil, day and night to find their own living, but through your, because I understand that you have 4 streams of revenue drive.
Yeah.
Be the sticker, the ticketing, and it comes on the little money from the bike riders.
Exactly.
How do you normally give account of these monies you collect from them?
There is no accountability. This is my problem. There is no accountability. There is no accountability at all. Not. People are gladly eating the riders' money with no remorse, no transparency, no accountability. This is the call. This is the justice Mohammed Nabi, the National Secretary General Augustine Mafinda, the National Chair Lady, and other reasonable people are calling for. Let the Ministry of Labour, the Anti-Corruption, the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Youth, let them come and investigate all these issues. All these crimes are heinous crimes are being committed by the president and his cohort. You see, the union is being suffocated.
As far as President Sandy is concerned, for you and the Secretary General, you are non-existent within the executive. How do you intend to handle this issue?
The steps or the process they use, they think myopically they will eliminate us from our legitimate position. It is unconstitutional.
You intend to challenge that?
Of course, through the ambit of the law. The ministers, the Ministry of Labor, I firmly believe, I hold him a very high esteem that he will come in with all the justice that the riders demand or the union
The
demand.
first letter you wrote before even the decision by the president to ask you to step aside, any action so far from the ministries you copied in that letter?
Well,
so transport or labor?
We are waiting. They are calling, and I spoke with the Minister of Labor personally. He said he will sit on this issue. So we are waiting. They are calling. Definitely, they are going to sit on this issue.
How do you, don't you think that this internal angle would deal the operations of the union?
It's better with
because
delay.
again you campaigned on so many promises.
Yeah, so many promises.
And today the bike riders union are looking up to the
Yeah, so this is one of my contentious issue I have with them. This is one of the strongest bone I will pick with the president and his criminal cabal. This is wrong. This is public fund. We will not use public fund with impunity. You sitting in a public office making this kind of statement, I don't have farm in Sierra Leone, this union is my farm. It is forbidden. It is really heart-rending for you to hold a whole public office. Mind you, Bike Riders Union constituted the highest number in terms of employment in this country. So literally, government need to give the necessary attention, anti-corruption. I believe the humble gentleman that is bent on fighting corrupt folks in this country will turn his camera to the Bike Riders Union. Okay. There are corruption, hovering with impunity and no accountability, no transparency. We are calling for justice for the Bike Riders Union.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Mohammed Itinabi, National PRO for the Commercial Bike Riders Union. Let's move on now to another issue. The Institute of Public Administration and Management have several activities this weekend, and for that we have the Assistant Head of Department Leadership and Development, IPAM University of Sierra Leone, Dr. David Moinina. Good afternoon, Doctor. Welcome to the program, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Salma, and good afternoon, Sierra Leone.
Okay, so let's talk around. Firstly, what is the university up to currently at this point?
Okay, so for the past 3 years, we have been embarking on extracurricular activities. One of them is the sporting event that is going on now at the Havelocks ground at Mount Julia, and then we would conclude with the finals on Saturday. And tomorrow we have a football match between the academic staff and the administrative staff. The last time we played, which was a few months ago, the academic staff showed them that we are not just academics, we don't just write and do things. Yeah. We gave them 7-0 and we are now calling for another rematch. And I told them that this time around we are going to give them 12. And of course I am the coach for the academic staff, so you can understand. But one thing and the reason why we're doing this is because holistically, you don't cater for somebody just on the cognitive. People think that when you go to the university, it's just for you to know the theories, to come out with a first-class degree, and also shall life. As a matter of fact, let's look at other countries, like the US, for instance. They have scholarship that they give to athletes. They also have scholarship that they give to people with special skills. And therefore, we want to develop this thing for them so that they can be able to do. For the last 3 sports that we have, because this is the third one, the last 2 we had, we gave scholarship to some students. And some of our students are also part of the national team, so they keep on representing Sierra Leone. And I believe it's high time that we also recognize them. So we gave scholarship to some of them, and they have also gone. But sad to say that mostly it is people in the diploma and the undergraduates that are interested in our sports. And IPAM has a lot of programs that we do. Those in the masters, they will tell you we are busy, we don't have time. But please, we are calling on them. Let everybody come on board. As a matter of fact, when you pay your fees, there is a cost there that goes to sports. And that cost is being utilized by the university. So we are not making it for just certain sets of people. We're making it for everybody. So please come on board. Today we are there. From this studio I'm going there, and then on Saturday we have the grand finale. But please, we want everybody to come and enjoy. Sad that we don't have the national stadium, because it would have been a bigger capacity for all of us. For the Havelock's ground, I think is what we are going to use, and we did it. For the last 2 spots, the Move House, which is Edward Cooper, has been the champion. So as the defending champion, they've been making so much noise that they want to hold on to their first position. But we know the others. We have Kwame Ajayi, which is yellow, and we have Nat Wellington, which is blue, and then we have the orange. I've forgotten the name. But then, as the chairman of the sports committee, I am not entitled to any house or any hall. I represent all of them, and that's why we're here today, talking to the nation about it.
Okay, so let's talk around again. Like you mentioned, for the last 3 years you have been focusing. What happened like the previous years? The aspect of the extracurricular activity or not too much visible?
Well, we have a new administration that came in under the leadership of Professor Conte Morgan. Of course, she was one of those people who pioneered these extracurricular activities. I say that it is very important that we also develop the extracurriculum skills of our students. Most times we only know IPAM when it comes, like you mentioned, when it comes to the entrepreneurship week, when it comes to other programs, but we don't talk about the extracurriculum activities. And not just us, I think within USL, all the heads of all the DVCs that came, they all made it a point of duty, because before now, I think it was in April, we had the sports for commerce, then we had the sports of FBC. Now in May we are having our own sport. So I think USL have decided that it's time that we take this initiative and push forward to have more of our athletes represent.
Why do you think it's important?
It is important because every human being is not just one-sided. Yes. Even me myself that is sitting here, I hold a PhD, but that doesn't mean I don't have a social life. That doesn't mean I don't have extracurricular activities. I do. As a matter of fact, I have an entertainment company. I have a studio. I'm also involved in football. I belong to my school team, St. Edward's school team, or the old Edwardians Association, and one of my friends have Bantal FC. So you see, we are also involved in sporting activities. So every human being is not one-sided. It is good that we develop our social life, because sometimes it helps us a lot. Of course, I would have loved to put on my team jersey, but of course today it's not relevant. I need to go and support the university that I represent.
Okay, so let's talk around again with the aspect of, you mentioned an important that master's students normally they will say don't have time.
They will tell us that they are busy.
how would this also, because again you cannot just depend on, because they could also be master's students, but they also have skills in terms of sports.
Well, we are encouraging them, but like I said, for the past 2 sports that we've done, even this 3rd one, the bulk majority comes from diploma, because they're the younger ones. They learn a lot. We have one guy that does 5,000 meters. His name is Joseph. Joseph is in diploma, but Joseph did very well. As a matter of fact, he has represented Sierra Leone for 5,000 meters and he's done extremely well. Sometimes you do 1,500 meters.
Wow.
We have another one called Macho. Of course, when he went for the All University Games, he won. And these guys, they are also doing their very good skill. This man sitting here was my student. He was also a master student there. But we never saw him for sports. We never knew whether he was a sporting oriented person or something of the sort. But then, we're also calling on them. I know some of them, they will tell us that they were not informed. Now it's time for them to come on board. Of course, you cannot have time only for just one thing. Sometimes it's good you come out, you relax, have fun, meet with other people, and then we can also associate. After the sport, I know that the Students' Union is planning to do a bonfire and bubu night. Of course, that is for their own activities, and also they're also promoting it on their own feet. So it's sort of a social event. I'll bring everybody on board, whether you belong to one side or the other. We are all students, we are all human beings. Let us come and let us have the interaction.
Okay, IPAM, among the 3 constituent, colleges happens to be, they cater for a huge amount of, students because of the different type of programs. Does that in any way affect the level of the extracurricular activities within the university?
As a matter of fact,
because you cater mostly for working class.
We are the only university, we are the only institution at the moment that is all across Sierra Leone. So we have a campus in Makini, we have a campus in Bo, we have campus in Pujon, we have campus in Moyamba, we have campus in Kailaon, we have campus in Kenema, we have campus in Lomsar, we also have in Kono, and then we have in Lungi. So all of these campuses put together is quite a huge number. As a matter of fact, as of the last time we checked, we have 17,850 students just for undergraduate and diploma, not even counting those for degree. So you find out that number is very large, and sometimes because of that we've done it in shifts. So we have shift A, which is in the morning, shift B in the afternoon, and shift C in the evening, so that we can take care of all of these students. Myself, I have one class, there are 1,250. So they have to be divided into 3 shifts. So when you are talking, you have to listen carefully before you. So imagine that huge number, but yet we are catering for them. And then we are also doing the e-learning platform, which is where we are going to involve a lot of people. Because just like last year, we got the data from the education that said that we have over 200,000 people that took the WAS exams. And out of that 200,000, we have like 50,000 that has university requirements, and all of the universities put together, the public and the private universities, could not be able to cater for all of them. So imagine that we are going e-learning so that we can have these people also have access to university education.
Okay. Doctor, I want us to aside the aspect of it. Let's talk about this Department of Leadership and Development.
So this leadership and development is part of the Faculty of Leadership and Governance. We're actually concentrated on doing the sustainable development as a program. So we do it at undergraduate. So we have a bachelor in sustainable development, and we also have masters in governance and leadership. We have also masters in development management that is resided under the Department of Leadership and Development. We have also the Department of Public Administration under the faculty that does public sector management as the BSc, and then we also do masters in public administration within that one, and then we have also masters in research and public policy, MRPP, which is but the only MPhil program that we do at IPAM. So it's resident within this faculty, and I think we are pushing to have a department of public policy, which is going to be approved very soon, because we're on the way working on that as well. We also have new programs that we've also submitted to TC. We have the tourism and hospitality that we're going to do. At the moment, we are doing it as courses under our department, and then it's going to be resident predominantly on the Lungi campus, because that's where we have the new airport, and then we have a lot of people showing interest from those areas. And once it has been piloted there and it is successful, we can roll it out to other parts of the country for other people to learn from it.
How do you cater for the infrastructure? For many people, they think the infrastructure is not match with the numbers you're getting.
Unfortunately, we had this Bue project. If it had been completed, I believe we would have been able to do that. But what we do normally is we could be able to have facilities that are taken for a while. Like for the diploma programs, what we do is we've gotten our campus at Kingdom. So for all diploma programs, we don't do them at Ejimamo State, which is where we do the main courses. No, it's at Kingdom. So all of them go down to Kingdom, and there they have it. Even across the regions, we have campuses that we've taken to work with them so that they could have their courses. But we are putting styles in place so that we can have our own permanent structure. I believe that very soon we will have that information. Of course, all of this I'm just saying, I am not supposed to be discussing this because that's the work of the university PRO. But I think in due time he will come and give you updates on what is happening.
So finally, as we round up, how can the public also be part of this?
Please, we are inviting as much people as possible, especially our parents, our guardians, those who are invested into our students. Please come on board on Saturday, because today is the heat. Normally people don't go to the heat. It's just the students and the hall masters, the hall whatever. But on Saturday we are looking forward to having as much people as possible. We're starting the sports meet at 10 a.m. in the morning. and we're going to be there for as long as it takes. And of course, I wish other halls the very best, because I know Edward Cooper, they have been looking very much stronger to retain their. You see, Mebaka. So imagine somebody that never took part in the sports is saying that they are going to win, and then he has not been there. He doesn't know the preparation that is going on. But yet, we are encouraging everybody to please come on board, support us, especially the parents. We want you to come and see what your kids, your wards, and those that you're taking care of, what they've been doing in the university. As I said, it's not just about the cognitive, which is the things that we do in classroom. Let us also look at the social aspect and see how
thank you so much, Dr. Victor Moinina, Assistant Head of Department Leadership and Development at IPAM, as well as one of those in charge of the sports meets this weekend. Nabil, before even you took this letter to the Ministry of Transport and coming to different media houses, were you able to do an internal settlement?
Yes.
But maybe those who took the action to ask you and the Secretary General out of the executive, maybe one of the issues that you could not take such issues to the public, maybe?
No. We have held multiple meetings for us to have internal redress to trigger the same issue, but all ended futile, no positive outcome, right? So we cannot keep on having internal redress with no result. Then you expect us to keep mute. At the end of the day, people will start asking us. So it is our responsibility, I, the PRO for the Bike Riders Union, charged with the responsibility to communicate to my membership, to inform and educate them adequately with regards to the day-to-day activities of the union. That's the positive step we have done so far. So what is the crime? Nabil, the PRO, and the Secretary General wrote a letter to the Minister of Labour. What is the crime? Nabil came to SLBC, sat and discussed the internal dealings of the Bike Riders Union. SLBC is a public broadcast. The Bike Riders Union is a public office. We need to keep the public informed. We need to play justice. What is wrong with that? That's our crime committed, right? They said we came to SLBC to talk about Bike Riders Union internal affairs. Is Bike Riders Union not a secret society? No, Bike Riders Union is not a secret society. So we are calling on the Ministry of Labour, the Ministry of Youth, the Ministry of Transport, and our hard-working man, brother, colleague, whom we believe he is there to fight for justice, Mr. Benkefala. Please give your attention to the Bike Riders Union. Corruption is eating the fabric of the Bike Riders Union. So we need justice. The entire membership of the Bike Riders Union need justice. Justice we need, and justice we need. No other discussion.
Okay, thank you so much, Nabil. Edwin, so aside the notice you gave out and the different media houses, what other means you think you will also use for PRA to adhere to this call?
Well, we're expecting them to respond, and I think you guys should continue to knock at the door of the PRA for them. Maybe they have alternative submission. But before I get out of the studio, I want to submit also that the workers of SLBC, the welfare of SLBC staff matters, and it matters to all of us because they made us who we are. They communicate, they present our case to the public. So without SLBC, some of us cannot exist as an activist. So please, Papa Minister of Information, we are pleading that this issue should be solved, should be looked at disproportionately, and then look at it, address the workers' salary. So coming again, like I said, Salma, we cannot address this issue of fuel without transportation. Continue to ask the Minister of Transport what happened. Why are these 12 buses? Family, for all you know, Edmo is lying. Is it true? So it is also up to the journalists, to the media. We are here to do whistleblowing. Because mark you, this money was given to us as a gift. It was not a loan. So if the buses, 12 of the buses are packed, it should bother us anyone. And mark you, Salma, for each day those buses.
12 out of
50 buses. So,
because even the public is saying it was not completely 50.
No, when they came, 3 had the same problem. That's fine now. You remember you won't tell us. 3 had, but before the first back day, 8 has already packed. Before the first, mark you hosted us here on the 2nd of February. So before the first back day of the 2nd of February 2025, 7 to 8 of the buses were packed for similar problems, manufacturing problems. You understand? Pass, Jerry, or bin. You understand? So that is not a mechanic. That's it. So we should continue to ask them why. And what are they doing? So that is why we are saying, the Papa government, Mr. World Bank, respect the liability clause. Also, we have what we call the liability clause and the 18-month warranty. And of course, we've communicated to the World Bank. You know, sometimes before we even come to we engage. I've engaged the World Bank. When I told the World Bank that, do you know the World Bank country manager? Do you know 8 of the buses are packed? He said yes. This was like 3 months ago. I said fine. Now I want you. Thank God you know. I said we have to pay them 10%. Yes. He agreed with me. This was not like a bondobla. This was like an engagement to CSOs at the World Bank Secretariat by force. And then I tell them that look, if you pay these guys, I'm taking this case to Washington, and we are re-emphasizing it that this is not about paying them the 10%. We are now asking Ashok Leland, the supplier, that what is happening with our buses. 12 buses. Now we only have 35 buses that can run on the street. Only 35. And then we are now asking also the Minister of Transport, please consider we case you already keke and you put start to apply that route again, because it put pressure.
Okay, thank you.
You understand? So that's the submission. Then please, PRA will want let them reduce the pump price of the
Thank you so much, Edmond. That's how we round things up on the podium this afternoon. A forgo reminder of our quote of the day, which came from John Steinbeck, an American writer, and it says, "Power does not corrupt. Fear corrupts, perhaps the fear of a loss of power." Thank you so much to my guest. The podium returns tomorrow. Good afternoon.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Meanwhile, Ukraine's President Zelensky has arrived in the Turkish capital Ankara for talks with President Erdogan. Ukraine says the plan was for President Zelensky to go to Istanbul for talks, but only if President Putin was there. Well, there is a Russian delegation attending, but it's described as fairly junior. Meanwhile, also in Turkey, NATO foreign ministers are meeting in the city of Antalya. That meeting was planned before the suggestion that the Russian and Ukrainian leaders might meet in Istanbul. Well, Zelensky did have this message for the Russian leader.
Передусім хочу подякувати президенту Ердогану за організацію зустрічі.
First of all, I'm grateful to President Erdogan for organising the meeting and the possibility of direct negotiations. The signals we were getting were about the direct talks, and the Ukrainian delegation has confirmed it here in the Turkish capital Ankara.
У нас на найвищому рівні Міністерство закордонних
The level of our delegation is very high. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, my office, military intelligence.
До речі.
We are ready to make any decisions that will lead to the long-awaited fair peace.
Справедливого миру.
We will start a meeting with the President and a broad Turkish delegation. We're in contact with the US side. I guess they will be represented on a high level here too. We shall see. I'm not aware of the level of Russia's representation yet, but from what I'm hearing, it looks like a sham. We shall see what we're going to do, what steps we're going to take after talks with the President. We will have a few hours, I guess, to have serious talks and serious decisions. We have to understand what level Russia is represented with and if they have any mandate to make any sort of decisions, because we all know who makes decisions in Russia.
Well, those words did not go down well at the Kremlin. The Russian government's response: Zelensky is a clown and a loser, talking about respected people. Well, our chief international correspondent, Ola Garin, told me earlier that hopes that any of these talks would lead to an end to the war were fading.
Well, I think the expectations were low, Gita, that anything would be achieved at talks, assuming they went ahead, even though these would be the first direct face-to-face talks between Ukraine and Russia for 3 years since the beginning of Moscow's full-scale invasion. But expectations were low. They've been getting lower, I should say, by the hour. First of all, President Putin kept everyone in a guessing game for several days. Would he come, would he not? Finally, late last night, the Kremlin put out a statement saying its delegation would be headed by a presidential aide and some deputy ministers. Now, that didn't go down well with Ukraine. President Zelensky has said that he was ready for face-to-face talks at a moment's notice, but he said he would only negotiate with the Russian leader himself because, as he put it, it's his war and he's the only one who can make decisions. So he has been critical of the composition of the Ukrainian delegation. In the past 2 or 3 hours, Moscow has been heaping insults on President Zelensky. The foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, said that he was pathetic. A foreign ministry statement, or spokesman rather, a Russian foreign ministry spokesman called the Ukrainian president a clown and a loser. So not exactly setting the tone for constructive negotiations. At this stage, we do not know when, where and if talks will go ahead. Now, we do know there is a Ukrainian delegation here in Turkey. They're in Ankara at the moment with President Zelensky, and the Russian delegation has arrived. But the latest information we have from the Turkish Foreign Ministry is that there is no schedule for these talks. We don't know if they will go ahead today or if they will go ahead tomorrow, or indeed if they will go ahead at all. And we've had that statement from President Trump, potentially very significant, saying that nothing would happen until he and President Putin met. Now, that's exactly, I think, what Volodymyr Zelensky will be afraid of, that he will be cut out of a meeting, that there will be separate talks between President Trump and President Putin. But as of yet, there's no date or time for when that meeting might take place. But worth reminding people, Gita, that it was President Putin who called for this meeting quite suddenly last weekend. He said there should be talks without preconditions. They should take place on Thursday and they should be in Istanbul. So he set all the parameters for these talks and then decided to stay away. And I think to Ukraine it will feel like he is still manipulating things even though he isn't even here, and is rendering these talks pretty useless before they can actually even begin.
Ola Guerin there. Well, as we've mentioned, Donald Trump is continuing his 4-day tour of the Middle East and is now in the United Arab Emirates. He began the day in Doha and Qatar, telling US troops that his priority was to end conflicts, not to start them. Let's go to Lise Doucette, our chief international correspondent in Abu Dhabi. And Lise, we've heard him on the plane, on one of his trips, confirming what we've been hearing really in the last couple of days, that he feels that unless potentially he actually meets Putin, that there won't be progress there. But he is making a lot of amazing deals with these Gulf states.
Yes, certainly President Trump is keeping an eye on what's happening in Turkey today, whether anything of consequence does happen, making it clear that if President Putin shows up, that he will show up too. But right now he's very much focused on Abu Dhabi. He's landed here in the last hour. Abu Dhabi is the largest, the wealthiest of the 7 emirates which make up the United Arab Emirates. And just like in Riyadh and in Doha, President Trump was met at the highest level of protocol, met by the President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, often known as MBZ. He's the President of the UAE and also the ruler of Abu Dhabi. And you could see that the two men, after being given a very traditional Emirati welcome, immediately sat down and started a conversation. It would be picking up on a conversation they've had before. Mohammed bin Zayed is a frequent visitor to the United States, and this partnership is long-standing. And again here, a strategic vision for the region will be on the agenda. The United Arab Emirates is becoming more and more an aggressive player in the region and in regions nearby. There'll be a lot to discuss. And President Trump will again make it clear he would like to see peace in this region, but if it comes to it, as he told the troops at his largest air base in the region, the Al Udeid in Qatar, he has weapons that he will wield.
As president, my priority is to end conflicts, not start them, but I will never hesitate to wield American power if it's necessary to defend the United States of America or our partners. And this is one of our great partners right here. When we're threatened, America's military will answer our enemies without even thinking about it. We have overwhelming strength and devastating force. And we had people that didn't like to talk about that, you know? They didn't want to talk about the level of quality that we have. They didn't want to talk about anything. We're going to have a big parade this year, you know, in Washington, D.C., a real parade.
And all those conflicts in this region, whether it's Iran or Gaza or Yemen nearby, they'll be figuring in the discussions here in Abu Dhabi as well. And more deals will be signed. A short time ago, I spoke to Faris Maksad, who is the managing director for North Africa and the Middle East at the Eurasia Group, and asked us just to give us a global sense of just how much the President Trump's visit means to these 3 leaders of the Gulf.
Obviously, the United States, despite the fact that a lot of these countries have been diversifying their foreign policy options, hedging against the United States in past years when they felt that the United States might not be committed to the region, might be retrenching away from the region. But still very much the anchor relationship and the partner of choice for Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar. So having the American president choose that part of the world as the first destination for his first travel abroad as president is a very big deal for them. Also, they all have their own national visions about where they want to take their economy, very keen in engaging with the United States and sending the signal that they are open for business, that the Middle East is not just about the war in Gaza and a potential conflict that's brewing with Iran.
And yet, despite the fact that they share this region and they do have similar foreign policy objectives, there's no hiding that there is a competition for President Trump's attention. At the end of every leg, they want to announce, well, there's been $1 trillion signed here, as if to say the zeros are all the same across the Gulf.
Absolutely, and I guess a sibling rivalry is sometimes a sign of health. Certainly a sign of there is a lot of competition between the two, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar. But the question here is whether that competition remains limited and under the threshold of strategic rivalry. And I think that it does. particularly between Saudi Arabia and the UAE, for example. We see a virtuous rivalry in the realm of business when it comes to AI and strategic tech. Deals being announced for the latest NVIDIA chips, 18,000 for Saudi Arabia, about 500,000 chips to be delivered to the UAE. And so they have their own visions about becoming the hub for AI, tech, and also logistics between India and the Far East on one hand, Europe and the West on the other. And you do see that kind of competition for the attention of the United States.
Faris Maqsad. So high on the agenda here for the United Arab Emirates is a deal that it's been working hard to obtain, which is in artificial intelligence. It believes that it's convinced President Trump to lift Biden administration controls on the export of AI chips. UAE really wants to position itself as a world leader when it comes to the most advanced technology. So we'll wait to hear about this. But for the next 24 hours on this last leg of President Trump's, you'll see how deep the bonds are between the United States and the United Arab Emirates, between these two leaders, and between their two families behind the scenes. The Trump Family Foundation, run by President Trump's children, is also doing highly lucrative deals. We'll keep an eye on all of it.
Lise, just let me very quickly ask you one brief question, if I may, on events in Ukraine, because Donald Trump and everyone is keeping an eye, as you said, on that. We've heard, for example, from Keir Starmer saying that he's in Albania, but he's also said that it is Putin who is dragging his feet, as he puts it, in terms of causing a delay in getting a ceasefire, because there had been hopes of some sort of progress, even a possibility of Donald Trump going to Turkey after this 4-day tour. Is the sense really now that those hopes are very much diminishing?
I think there was some insight in what President Trump said today, is that President Putin doesn't want to meet President Zelensky. He doesn't regard him as an equal. He wants to see President Trump. And as the American president put it, until that meeting happens, and there's been predictions from almost ever since President Trump returned to the White House in January as to when that would happen, that's who President Putin wants to be seen standing shoulder to shoulder with. And until that happens, there won't be any meeting with President Zelensky. And if and when that meeting happens, President Trump may be at the table too, and there's low expectations about what they can achieve.
Lise Doucette in Abu Dhabi, thank you so much. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
Hello and welcome to Focus on Africa, the place where real-time, in-depth and relatable stories matter. With me, Wahiga Mwaura, coming to you from Nairobi, where we unfold your discussions.
I always want to keep it original by being me.
News.
Macron announced that the French forces will leave by the end of the year.
And conversations.
It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen in my life.
That bring you to the heart of the continent. Focus on Africa from BBC News.
I was on air when the London 7/7 attacks happened. That day was different because of the sheer volume of information we were grappling with in real time. We couldn't let the desperation for news influence our reporting or be overwhelmed by the magnitude of what we were witnessing. Today, as we wade through endless waves of misinformation, it's vital that we don't just ask the questions, we question the answers. I'm Matthew Emery-Waller on Verified Live for BBC News.
Now, new figures out today show that the UK economy grew in the first quarter of this year. Data from the Office for National Statistics show that it grew by 0.7% between January and March. That's more than some analysts were predicting. The government says that the UK's economy grew faster in that period than those of the US, Canada, France, Italy and Germany. Here's Darshini David.
A new year spelt a boost for this supplier of parts for lifts as many customers look to invest in their buildings, echoing a better quarter for businesses around the country.
Business has gone well so far. We've had a good start to the year, but that doesn't mean that there aren't some challenges ahead. Increased employer costs are going to affect our ability to train and retain skilled people and to invest in our staff.
It's been a brighter few months too on the high street, where consumer spending has bolstered the economy.
With incomes rising faster on the whole than prices, GDP per head was up on a year before. reversing the trend of previous quarters. In fact, the UK as a whole likely outpaced all major economies in that quarter. Unsurprisingly, these figures have been welcomed by the Chancellor, but she does acknowledge there are challenges remaining.
Just last week, we secured 2 significant trade deals with the US and India. I said that growing the economy would require hard work. We still have more to do. I absolutely understand that the cost of living crisis is still real for many families, but the numbers today do show that the economy is beginning to turn a corner, and these numbers are very significant.
These figures, of course, don't capture the effect of people actually paying these national insurance increases that businesses are being affected by, doesn't capture the increase in business rates that businesses are paying up and down the country, or indeed the impact of the employment legislation that the government's bringing in.
April brought not just some of those changes, along with some sunshine, but also higher bills for households to contend with.
The bills are fierce, like mortgages are rank, like horrid.
I think everything's gone up in price, hasn't it, like groceries and stuff, and bills, especially energy bills, so definitely not on that side, but have, I guess, progressed in my career of the course of 2 years.
Yeah, everything's going up. Yeah, everything's more expensive. But we were in London last week and Manchester's a lot cheaper than London.
Meanwhile, this maker of diamond-tipped cutting tools relies heavily on custom from America. It's having to work around tariffs.
Tariffs, we don't know which way we're going. 10% off our margin is quite a lot. So, as far as I'm concerned, the economic decisions we have to make now are as bad as any time in the past.
There's plenty of reasons to celebrate in these figures, but also to suspect the rest of the year may not be as sparkling.
Dashini David there. Well, I'm joined now by Pranesh Narayanan, a research fellow at the Institute for Public Policy Research, a think tank, and former Treasury economist. Thank you for being with us. What would you expect that the next set of figures to yield, given the changes that have recently come in?
So I'd say that, thanks to some of the global uncertainty that have been generated by the saga around tariffs and the impact of those, that we might expect GDP figures to be sort of less exciting next quarter. But I think we have had a strong showing this quarter, and we might see yet another surprise to the upside, given that actually the impact where we've ended up on tariffs is pretty close to where we were at the start.
But given inflation, given still tariff uncertainty, given the national insurance changes here in the UK, what is the sort of initial outlook for the rest of the year or the next couple of years, do you think?
So, I mean, growth forecasts have been cut by the OBR since the autumn statement in when the Chancellor sort of made those changes. But that has been largely to do with some of these global headwinds. I would also say that the effect of additional public spending and public investment are also important to consider. These things may take a bit more time to actually feed through into the figures, but I would say that the outlook maybe over the next few months is quite uncertain. But if the government does commit to its programme of public investment, I think that should be quite positive for the outlook overall.
And we're expecting an industrial strategy. Is that going to be something that will people will feel the difference of, because the government has been in place since last summer?
Well, the industrial strategy is one of these things that is meant to signal a commitment, certainty, to help investors understand the direction of travel for the economy and actually clearly see where
very proud of my friends
to invest in the UK. And so, in that sense, it's going to help with
this is the first time they've closed the mosque for the day.
Sort of priority sectors like manufacturing services that the government's identified. But there is, a lot to be said for the actual detail of the plan, and it needs to have some concrete measures. It needs to have specific policies that are intended to unlock some of those barriers that have currently been in place for those sorts of businesses to invest. And I think it should be positive. I mean, contrast with the US, for example, where there's been huge amounts of uncertainty because it's, businesses can't tell where the direction of policy, the industrial strategy in the UK should hopefully give businesses that level of certainty in the future direction of travel and make investment a bit more likely.
Pranesh Narayanan, thank you very much indeed from the IPPR, and grateful to you for your time today. Sorry if you heard a bit of background noise underneath that answer. I think we just heard a bit of sound from Donald Trump's latest visit. He is in Abu Dhabi. He arrived there just over an hour ago, and he is now currently in the city touring the Grand Mosque there, as you can see. And we saw him being welcomed by the President of the UAE earlier, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, and he's greeting leaders there in the city of Abu Dhabi. He's been in Doha earlier today and yesterday, and before that he was in Saudi Arabia, and he has announced, as he said, trillions of dollars of trade deals. He's hoping for a deal focusing on AI in Abu Dhabi and access to chips, and we will no doubt hear more on that in the coming hours. Meanwhile, there's also been a focus from the Trump delegation on events in Turkey, which have been looking at whether there's been any progress possible on the question of Ukraine, with a number of international delegations gathering in Turkey at the moment. But these pictures are from Abu Dhabi in the UAE, where Donald Trump has just arrived in the last hour and a half or so. Now, the prime suspect in Madeleine McCann's disappearance faces a new unrelated charge today in Germany. Christian Bruckner, who has never been charged in connection with Madeleine's disappearance from a hotel room in Portugal, is accused of insulting a member of prison staff. He's currently serving a sentence for raping a 72-year-old tourist in Portugal in 2005. Here's our correspondent outside the court in Lower Saxony, Jessica Parker, with the latest.
In court today, as you say, Christian Bruckner faced this allegation of insulting a prison officer. For that, he's been given a month's probation, which means that upon any eventual release from his current prison sentence, if he breached those terms of release, he could have to go back to jail for a month. But perhaps more significantly, in court, an official said that his planned release date for this September was now going to be at a later date. His lawyer, Christian Bruckner's lawyer, has told us that Bruckner is now due for release in February because of a separate issue, an unpaid fine. Now, this all may sound quite procedural, but the significance of this is that prosecutors have said that they are racing against the clock to appeal a case from last year where Christian Bruckner was acquitted on sex offence allegations, and they fear as well that once he leaves jail, he could go to a country where there's no extradition treaty, for example. In terms of the Madeleine McCann case, as you say, no charges have ever been brought against him. We're told by prosecutors they still have no plans to bring charges against him, and Mr. Bruckner has denied any involvement in that case.
Jessica Parker there. Let me just show you the latest pictures of Donald Trump in Abu Dhabi. He has been greeted by the country's leader. He's in the Grand Mosque, and he's been greeted by the President of the UAE, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, and now touring the mosque. The third country on the Gulf states tour after Saudi Arabia and Qatar announcing trillions of dollars worth of deals. AI is the focus for today. We're back soon.
Hello there. Let's take a brief look now at the weather forecast for Europe as we head through the coming days. Now we'll begin with the pressure chart. So high pressure dominant out towards the northwest. It's kept things dry, settled and really very warm here for the time of year. Further south across the Mediterranean, we've been seeing this area of low pressure push in from North Africa, affecting southern Italy, Greece and the Balkans. It's Storm Inez, named by the Italian Met Service, and very wet, very windy weather, particularly towards the southern flank here. So on Friday, out towards Turkey, a few showers, generally dry, but here is Storm Inez bringing some very heavy downpours of rain, very strong gusty winds to parts of the Ionian Sea, eventually into the Aegean as well. Further west across Iberia, it's now largely dry. It's been very unsettled here, very cool, but temperatures will start to build further into the weekend. Meanwhile, for much of France, largely dry. There is an area of low pressure across parts of Poland, again bringing wet, windy weather. Still very cold weather out towards the east. And then that cut-off low merges with Storm Inez as it pushes further northwards into Saturday. So the low will fill and it won't be quite so wet and windy, but still unsettled, still cool out towards Eastern Europe. Temperatures building a little further out towards the far south and the west. So here's the temperature outlook then for some of our cities. Temperatures above the seasonal average in London and Paris. Lots of sunshine. They'll be climbing in Madrid to around 27 degrees Celsius. There'll be some more showers affecting Kyiv. The sunshine continues in Athens.
We empower those who act. Those who see the correlation between things above and things below the surface. Those who navigate risk by meeting every turn with a heightened awareness of what's possible. Constant assessment. Determine the best position. Catch the perfect wave. CME Group, where risk meets opportunity.
Sometimes, to catch a killer in a crowd, all it takes is one little click. In June last year, blood was spilt on the grounds of Kenya's parliament. The month before, the government, led by its president, William Ruto, proposed its annual budget.
If we are a serious state, we must be able to enhance our taxes.
But many didn't see it that way. On June 25th, more than 100,000 Kenyans hit the streets of Nairobi. Their aim? Occupy the parliament.
This is not your typical farm.
Why are we so suited and booted for this task?
The idea is to better predict eruptions.
So we fire it up. Once we close the doors behind us, no one can hear you scream. I better not touch it anymore. This is one of the most incredible things I've ever done.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
Tech Now on BBC News.
Now on BBC News, the latest from New York and around the world. Business Today.
Thumbs down if I need more gallery. How about that? Live from New York at the opening bell, this is Business Today. Wall Street opens lower as the relief rally from the US-China deal fizzles. Donald Trump touts an historic order for Boeing planes in Qatar. The US president says his current tour of the Middle East will generate $4 trillion worth of investments. Plus, making up for lost time, factories in China go into overdrive as the US tariff pause comes in. Welcome to Business Today, live from New York at the opening bell. I'm Michelle Fleury, where US stocks have started the trading day lower. More on that in a moment. But first, in the last hour, President Donald Trump has arrived in the United Arab Emirates, marking his final stop in the Middle East this week. The president has already secured major business deals, first in Saudi Arabia and then in Qatar. He's expected to announce even more agreements in the UAE. Earlier, he met US troops stationed in the Qatari capital, Doha, hot on the heels of a huge boost for the US plane maker Boeing. Qatar Airways has agreed to buy up to 210 Boeing aircraft in a deal the Trump administration said was worth $96 billion. Well, to discuss the significance of Donald Trump's visit to the region, I'm joined by the former president of Iraq, Barham Saleh. Thank you very much for joining us today on the programme. We have seen a huge amount of deals announced for US firms, a lot of money pouring in. From the perspective of the Gulf states, is this money well spent? What is the strategy here?
I think no doubt they think it is money well spent, is an opportunity for investment, and is also an affirmation of the strategic alliance between the Gulf and the United States. The visit is significant in many, many ways. Yes, it is the first major foreign visit by the president. It is important both symbolically and strategically, in my view. It basically underlines that the Gulf remains a vital partner, historically seen as a cornerstone of America's security architecture, but it is also an emerging economic and technical hub. The message, in my view, is unmistakable. Washington is reasserting its presence in the region and basically reaffirming alliances in this shifting global order.
And on that point about an economic power, I mean, presumably there's a chance for a win-win on both sides here. I know you're seeing many of these Gulf states wanting to invest more in AI architecture to become their own hubs. That was certainly an ambition in Saudi Arabia. Part of that, though, is exporting of more semiconductor chips from the United States.
Mm-hmm. Well, the trip is obviously not just about diplomacy. It's fundamentally about economic deals. And we've already seen multi-billion-dollar arms, aviation contracts. But what is also significant is that we are seeing the Gulf emerging as a technology hub. The Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, are really investing heavily in the technologies of the future, in AI, and are adamant about becoming partners with the United States in that regard. So there is a lot to be said about this angle. And it is also important to witness an amazing shift in the Gulf, and that is diversification away from dependency on oil revenues. This has been a remarkable transformation in that part of the world.
Yeah, I mean, it was stunning to see Donald Trump in Saudi Arabia meeting with the Crown Prince, and yet we didn't hear any mention about the price of oil.
Well, apparently, this is not the top priority, it seems to me. The top priority is making these economic deals and these economic partnerships and investing in the emerging technologies that are so important for the future of the world and for this region. And I think also it's important to note that while the Middle East has been defined by conflict, wars, sanctions over the years, now we are witnessing this emphasis on economic partnerships and economic deals. I believe this is ultimately important for the global order, is important for the Middle East as a whole.
It's not just economic, though, is it? I mean, Donald Trump has some of his own priorities. Among them, he doesn't like conflicts, he wants to end them, and he's going to need help in the region to try and achieve that, presumably.
Well, I agree, of course. It's not only that you cannot have economic regeneration and economic growth in the absence of security and stability. And this region, as I said, has been defined by conflict forever. And we are hopeful that we want to hope and affirm that the region needs a way forward from the decades of conflict and division. And that requires respect of sovereignty, that requires an interference in the domestic affairs of neighbors, and requires renouncing violence and extremism. And, well, this is the way forward. And I'm not saying that this is going to be easy. There are lots of problems in that region, whether it's in the Arab-Israeli domain, whether it is in Iran, whether it is in Yemen. There are many, many issues still lingering on, but at the same time, one has to see this important pillar and dynamics that is emerging with the Gulf vis-a-vis economic growth, economic opportunities, and partnership with the rest of the world.
I want to quickly ask you about sanctions. Iraq was under US sanctions during the Saddam Hussein regime. This week, we heard President Trump say he plans to lift sanctions on Syria. How long does the impact last, though, even after they've been removed?
In the case of Iraq, it really lasted for a long, long period of time. Sanctions do actually make life very difficult for populations and sows the seeds of so many social cultural, political problems for years to come. Undeniably, I have witnessed that in Iraq. However, the dilemma is very difficult because sanctions are put in place in order to punish regimes that institute bad policies and violate international law and even commit genocide in the case of Saddam Hussein against the Iraqi people. So it's always a big, big dilemma. In the case of Syria, this is an important decision by the president. We hope that the new Syrian leadership will use this fully in order to help the aggrieved Syrian population who have suffered so much under the Assad dictatorship. But this is only the beginning. For Syria to become peaceful, to become a responsible member of the region, really it has to change ways, and it has to have an inclusive government that will represent the various communities of Syria, the Kurds, the Druze, the Christians, and really it has to renounce extremism and eject these extremist jihadis who are in the ranks of the new system in Syria. This will be the beginning, and I hope that the Syrian leadership will take up the challenge and will really move in that direction.
Former President of Iraq, Barham Saleh, thank you very much for joining us today from Boston.
Thank you.
Now, the markets have just opened here in New York with the Dow and the S&P all lower as the boost from that agreement between the US and China to pause tariffs fades. Walmart shares are also under pressure this morning after the world's largest retailer warned it would have to raise prices on some items because of tariffs. Meanwhile, wholesale prices saw their biggest monthly drop. To discuss this, I'm now joined by Clayton Trick of Angel Oak Capital Advisors. Clayton, always good to see you. Are you surprised by the sort of picture we're getting emerging on the tariff front? You've got the world's largest retailer saying they're going to have to raise prices. Meanwhile, some conflicting data on the wholesale side suggesting that prices have fallen.
Hi, Michelle. Good to be speaking with you again this afternoon. This is kind of what we expected would happen. It seems like initially retailers are trying to not pass those costs through to consumers here. It's a very different time period today than it was coming out of COVID, where there was so much excess cash in consumers' pockets. And so it's going to be a little more difficult to pass those costs through. You are seeing retailers kind of pointing toward the summertime where they could have to increase prices. But overall, we don't see a significant amount of inflation here with tariff pressures. Simultaneously, you're seeing a lot of the tariff discussion kind of globally subsiding, which is also what we expect would happen, and more of a focus on tax cuts and kind of expansionary policies for the second half of the year.
Clayton Trick, I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there. Short but sweet. Always good to see you on the programme. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Now let's take a look at the easing of trade tensions. Companies in the US are rushing to get shipments from China as a 90-day pause in the trade war between the world's two largest economies has come into effect. An agreement Donald Trump called a total reset in relations. Laura Baker has been to southern China, where shipments to ports in the US had all but come to a standstill.
The race is on. Factory workers in China are trying to make up for lost time and lost trade. This sofa company is keen to finally get shipments on the move in case Mr. Trump changes his mind about lowering tariffs.
Our factory stopped production because our main market is the United States. Once the tariffs exceeded 50%, we had already come to a standstill. 145% was just not possible.
Goods have been piling up here since April. Now, surprisingly, the two superpowers have managed to do a deal.
Many observers have focused on the question who blinked first, Donald Trump or President Xi. Beijing believes its defiance brought the Americans to the table, its refusal to give in, but it has come at a cost.
US companies are scrambling to get their shipments out of Chinese ports, which could take weeks. And the lower import taxes will only last for 90 days. No one is sure what happens next. These air fryers were designed for the US market. They were in development until the tariffs hit.
It felt like my parents were getting a divorce. China and the US are the most important economic and cultural powers in the world. Their sudden separation would lead to a world that we cannot imagine. Tariffs as high as 145% would mean we have to say goodbye to one another.
At night, the workers who build kettles and toasters for US homes learn dance moves in the park. If talks with the US don't go well, they face an uncertain future. Beijing may feel like it's won this tariff war, but it's far from over. Laura Bicker, BBC News, Foshan.
And in other news, Elon Musk is under fire yet again. According to a brand new lawsuit, Musk's Political Action Committee, or PAC, failed to pay swing voters who signed a pro-Trump petition ahead of the 2024 presidential election. Musk had offered voters in several swing states between $47 to $100, but plaintiffs in the lawsuit allege that Musk's America PAC failed to pay in full. Foxconn's profits between January and March nearly doubled compared to the previous year. That's according to its latest earnings report. The Taiwanese company, known for making iPhones and other products for Apple, said strong demand for artificial intelligence helped boost profit. And that's all we have time for. Stay with us here on BBC News. Goodbye.
I will give away, the vast majority of my money. It's my full-time focus for the rest of my life.
Every time I lost, I just did a deep dive into the reason why we lost.
Und wenn Menschen bei uns in Europa angekommen sind, dann finde ich, haben sie ein Recht darauf, menschlich behandelt zu werden.
When the big names talk, they talk to us.
Donald Trump's second term has brought sweeping changes both at home and on the international stage.
They charge us, we charge them.
Join our teams for the latest developments and reaction. See the headlines as they happen with breaking news alerts on the BBC app. And get in-depth coverage on bbc.com/news. Follow the story for all the latest with BBC News.
In the world of business, everything is connected. From global hubs to places less traveled. The big stories to your bottom line. The path can be unpredictable. But with the right insights, you can see where the bend in the road will lead. Business on BBC News. Make the connection.
Hello, I'm Paul Scott at the BBC Sports Centre. Now, the second golf major of the year, the PGA Championship, is underway in North Carolina. Rory McIlroy is among the favourites after winning the first major of the year at the Masters last month. He's already begun his first round alongside world #1 Scotty Scheffler. Here is a quick look at the early standings. New Zealand's Ryan Fox and England's Tommy Fleetwood are level and 3 under. Fellow Englishmen Luke Donald and Matt Fitzpatrick are among those a shot further back. You can follow it all on the BBC Sport website. Now to football, and Real Madrid are set to sign this man, Bournemouth centre-back Dean Howson. That's after agreeing to pay the defender's £50 million release clause. BBC Sport understands the 20-year-old Spaniard is close to agreeing personal terms with the La Liga club after turning down a number of offers to remain in England. Chelsea, Liverpool, Arsenal and Newcastle were among those said to be keen on his signature. He's likely to join up with Real Madrid now ahead of the Club World Cup, which begins next month. And one other piece of transfer news to bring you. England defender Eric Dyer will join Monaco on a 3-year deal when his Bayern Munich contract expires in the summer. He won the Bundesliga title this season, but has turned down the opportunity to stay in Germany. Posting on social media, Dyer says he cannot wait to get started with his new side. Now, Manchester City striker Erling Haaland admits it's been a horrific season for the club. After winning 4 consecutive league titles, City are currently 4th in the Premier League, 18 points behind champions Liverpool. They do still have the chance to lift silverware this season after reaching the FA Cup final. Haaland says it's important to finish the season strongly.
We don't win enough consecutive games after each other and things like that. So, of course, we had injuries throughout the season, and there was a time we didn't have any defenders available. But again, excuses, I don't think we should search for excuses. It's not nice to lose many games. It's boring, it's not fun, and that's how it is. And that's why we have to finish strong now and hopefully get a trophy.
Now, Josh Butler says he will skip the Indian Premier League playoffs if Gujarat Titans qualify, so he can play a full part in England's one-day and T20 series against the West Indies. The former captain is one of 5 players named in the England one-day squad who are in the IPL. The political tensions between India and Pakistan means the IPL playoffs have been rescheduled, with the latter stages clashing with England's series. In the NBA, the Minnesota Timberwolves clinch a spot in the Western Conference Finals after beating the Golden State Warriors 121 points to 110 in Game 5. Julius Randle scored 29 points, had 8 rebounds and 5 assists for the Timberwolves, who took the lead with just over 9 minutes remaining in the first quarter. They didn't look back. Randle's teammates were full of praise for him after the match.
The way he controlled the tempo, the way he pushed the pace, the way he brings us along with him when he pushes the pace, and just even his defense. His defense has gone to another level. The way that he communicates with us, like his attention to detail, everything, man, it's incredible. It's incredible to be his teammate. And he brings it every night, and he shows you that he wants to win. So I'm happy to have him next to me.
Now in the NHL, the Edmonton Oilers beat the Vegas Golden Knights 1-0 in Game 5 to advance to the Western Conference Final for the 2nd year in a row. Kasperi Kapanen scored on a scramble in front of the net after 7 minutes of overtime. The Oilers, who made it all the way to the Stanley Cup final last season, will play Dallas or Winnipeg in the next round. Meanwhile, the Florida Panthers routed the Toronto Maple Leafs 6-1 to take a 3-2 lead in the Eastern Conference semi-final series. The Panthers scored 3 times in the second period to pull away for their 3rd straight victory. Game 6 is on Friday night in Sunrise, Florida. That's all from the world of sport for now. Geeta, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, let us continue with our coverage of Donald Trump's Middle East trip. Our North America editor, Sarah Smith, is travelling with the president, and she sent this report from the Al Udeid airbase in Doha.
Peace through strength, it says behind the stage, and that's been Donald Trump's mantra for months. But on this trip, he's been talking more about peace through business. He doesn't believe that the US should use its military to intervene in the Middle East. So instead, he's been talking about encouraging business and thinking that that will foster peaceful relations, describing to the troops here the enormous arms deals that he has signed this week, where Gulf nations will spend billions buying warfighting equipment from the United States. He also described this huge military parade he's going to hold in Washington next month to commemorate the end of World War II. A war, Donald Trump said here, was won by the United States. Other countries helped a bit, he said, but Hitler would not have been defeated without America. He took some of the credit for helping to de-escalate the conflict between India and Pakistan recently, saying he told them to trade, not war. And when it comes to those talks between Russia and Ukraine in Turkey, well, earlier today he said he could go to Istanbul if it was appropriate, if he thought it would help, he could turn up there on Friday.
Sarah Smith there in Doha. Donald Trump is now, of course, in Abu Dhabi. NHS waiting lists for hospital treatments in England have risen for the first time in 7 months. Around 7.42 million treatments were waiting to be carried out at the end of March. That's up slightly from 7.4 million the month before. Health Secretary Wes Streeting says progress is still being made in clearing the backlog. Former head of the UK's Special Forces, General Sir Gwyn Jenkins, has been appointed head of the Royal Navy. It comes after Admiral Sir Ben Key was removed from the role whilst under investigation of allegations of misconduct. Earlier this week, a BBC Panorama investigation found that General Jenkins had overseen the rejection of hundreds of UK resettlement applications from Afghan commandos who'd served alongside the SAS. The jury has been discharged in the trial of a man accused of murdering 2 people and dumping some of their remains in suitcases in Bristol. The jury has been discharged in the trial of a man accused of murdering 2 people and dumping some of their remains. Jurors were told that the trial simply cannot continue because of problems with important evidence in the trial. Now it is the second semi-final of the Eurovision Song Contest in Switzerland, with 16 countries trying to make it to this weekend's grand final. 10 acts from this evening's performance will be joining those who qualified on Tuesday. Here's Charlotte Gallagher with one of the hosts.
One of the most amazing things about Eurovision is the outfits. We have seen so many incredible costumes. We've been walking around Basel. People have gone to so much effort. But I am with now one of the best dressed people in Basel. This is Odette Hellegrand. You're a drag queen from Switzerland and you look fabulous. Can you tell us about your outfit?
Thank you. This outfit is actually made by a local designer. I did an open call on my Instagram for young designers to showcase her talent, and that was one of the pieces she did in a gorgeous green.
And do you have different outfits of the week? I'm sure you do. What kind of looks have you gone for?
Well, there are several. You saw one of them on the opening ceremony, which was also done by a Zurich designer. He is from Turkey and he just made a crazy outfit. And then there's another one, a black one, I got from the last couturier here in Basel, which is Raphael Blachschmidt. And so I have in total I got 7 new costumes, but that's just a small addition to my already wide wardrobe.
Do you have a separate room for all your clothes, all your outfits?
Exactly, Odette takes up 1 room in my apartment. And it's just because I thought, why rent an atelier by myself instead of just have a bigger apartment? And now Odette is taken all over the place.
And I'm sure this is a question you get asked a lot. How long does this take to get ready and look this glamorous?
Well, I'm rather quick. So it took me about 60 minutes to do my face, and then the rest to put on. It's like maybe 20 minutes.
And you've got a special role here in Eurovision. Can you tell us what you're going to be doing this week?
I'm actually one of the 3 hosts of this village, so I'm going to be here with Tanja Duncan and Joel van Butzenbachel. And I'm going to be showcasing all the numbers we're going to have here. All the show acts are going to be here, so some delegations going to be here, some previous ESC artists going to be here, and I'm just there to announce them and look gorgeous on stage.
Of course. And what's it been like so far?
It has been very stressful, but it's a lot of fun actually. And it's a rather new experience to be in front of so many people. I mean, on Tuesday we had like 27,000 people coming to the village, and it's just crazy.
What does Eurovision mean to you?
Well, when I was a little child, like, I don't know, 100 years ago, I really looked up to all those glamorous costumes, the music, and just the party it was. And it's still a big party, and it's also, it turned into a queer safe space. So yeah, that's what I like about Eurovision.
Now, that was the Eurovision. Let me just take you to Turkey and Ankara. President Zelensky is just starting a news conference.
Доброго дня, шановні журналісти. Дякую за зустріч, за розмову. Ну, передусім я хочу подякувати.
Sorry, we don't have translation on that at the moment. We're just seeing if we can get some.
Команді президента Ердогана за нашу зустріч. Так, я можу почекати, ви можете так, навушники підготувати. Окей? Do you have translation? Okay? From Ukrainian. Great, I will continue. Thank you so much. Я хочу подякувати так президенту Ердогану, його команді. Дуже дякуємо народу Туреччини за підтримку територіальної цілісності, суверенітету України. Ще раз це підтвердив під час нашої розмови президент Ердоган.
Sorry, we're still waiting for translation on this. President Zelensky is in Turkey, in Ankara at the moment. And there has been some expectation of possible talks on the Ukraine question. He has criticised the seniority of the delegation that Russia has sent to Turkey. earlier accusing President Putin of sending stand-in props to peace talks instead of coming himself. Russia's foreign ministry hit back at Zelensky's comment, calling him a clown and a loser. And it's not clear yet whether any talks have taken place at all, or whether they will. And NATO foreign ministers are also in Turkey at present. This all comes, of course, whilst Donald Trump is monitoring events from his Gulf tour. He has said he thinks nothing will happen until he meets Putin himself. He has made those sorts of comments in the last couple of days and confirmed that again today. But President Zelensky giving this initial statement in Ukrainian, he might move to comments in English, and we are trying to see whether we can get a translation for you. But there had been some hope of progress, diplomatic progress, on a deal with Ukraine. And we've been hearing that Russia has sent a delegation, their Russian delegation head, Vladimir Zelensky, saying Russia is ready for the resumption of talks process in Istanbul and possible compromises. They're ready to work. So that coming in from the Russian delegation at the moment, saying that they are ready for possible compromises in the Ukraine talks. President Zelensky, though, speaking now and saying that he's had a good discussion with President Erdogan, the Turkish leader, who obviously has been hosting a number of these different parties together in Turkey this week. NATO foreign ministers there, Donald Trump in the Gulf states. There was some discussion as to whether there was any possibility of Donald Trump himself going to Turkey at the end of this week. But that is not looking likely, and the Russians have said that President Putin is not going to be going to Turkey either, not going to Istanbul. Zelensky also not going to Istanbul for talks, according to a Ukrainian official reported by the AFP. So a lot of movements in place. Zelensky now speaking. Zelensky reportedly saying that we see that the Russians are not serious about peace talks. He's saying that Ukraine is sending a delegation to Istanbul for talks with Russia. So a delegation is going, Zelensky himself not going at this stage, and the Russians saying that they are prepared to resume the talks process with Ukraine and to discuss possible compromises with Kiev.
The agenda, ceasefire is
Let's listen to the translation now.
That is their mandate. Although I still believe that Russia continues to treat these meetings in unserious manner, but we'll hope that they will demonstrate at least something during the meeting. We have discussed with President of Turkey that tomorrow morning will join the European Political Community Summit together, the summit that will take place in Albania, in Tirana. This meeting was prepared in advance. There will be more than 40 leaders present there. These are our brief plans for the near future. I'm ready to address your questions. Colleagues, please, your questions. Let's start with channel with Ukraine, here in the first row. Unfortunately, the interpreter doesn't hear the question because the journalist apparently doesn't use the microphone.
Україна зацікавлена. Ми домовились з президентом Ердоганом.
Ukraine is interested. We have agreed with President Erdogan
Обов'язково проведемо зустріч.
Our team and Turkish team will be present. We will definitely have a meeting with American, Turkish and Ukrainian teams. such meeting will take place. We will definitely have a meeting in the format that would include Russian side. I hope that this meeting will happen eventually, and this was not only grandstanding, but the time of the meeting will finally be defined, and the agenda and the mandate my team knows them. I think it's understandable. Now we await from the American side certain signals, some specific things. At what time the teams will meet today, or at what time tomorrow will they meet? Our team that I sent to Istanbul will be there tomorrow. So nobody will be breaking even the fragile opportunity in Ukrainian camp. We will be present in a constructive manner in various formats that will be agreed. Next question, please. Wall Street Journal, second row. But the head of the General Staff and head of the security service of Ukraine and some more people that are in our delegation that are now with me, and for me there will be nothing to do there because Putin didn't come for now or at all. Nobody knows it. And President Trump, he gave a signal that that he may appear. He gave the signal in the media. We have no other information.
The Wall Street Journal. Mr. President,
not with me.
You have said earlier that Wall Street Journal. Mr. President, you have said earlier that the one thing you want to discuss first of all is a ceasefire. That there could be no substantial negotiations without a ceasefire. You mentioned the mandate of the talks tomorrow. Will you be discussing anything else? Will your team be discussing anything else? Or if the Russians refuse a ceasefire, it will be the end of it. Thank you so much.
Дивіться, питання в тому, що вже не перше питання.
Look, the question is that the negotiations take place not for the first time. The negotiations in various formats. You saw Saudi Arabia, you saw a couple of meetings there, you also saw the meetings in London, in France, meetings on various platforms. Today it's Turkey, and this is not simple to speak in any format with Russian representatives. There they couldn't speak together. You know that in Saudi Arabia there were various formats. Yes, that was an opportunity because Russia offered in the media that Putin is ready for direct negotiations. And I truly reacted immediately. He said the date. I responded that I'll be there at that date. And then other information arose that it's not decided yet. So it's just talks now. I believe that all parties must demonstrate willingness for negotiations, and I believe that the first step must be the unconditional ceasefire. If the unconditional ceasefire is possible today on the level of technical groups without the leaders, I have no questions. Then it's not necessary to meet because there is a first step. If there is a signal from Russian Federation that we heard that unconditional ceasefire and such things must be decided at during the direct talks between the leaders, I am here. We are ready for direct negotiations. That's it.
Turkish media, sorry, I don't know you very well. Anadolu, maybe? Is there Anadolu? Huh? Anadolu? No? Terti. Okay, Terti. Let's go.
Mr. President, Turkey has been reliable and sincere actor in efforts to bring peace between Russia and Ukraine. In the negotiations to be held in Istanbul failed to make progress. What will be Ukraine's next step, and how would you define a just peace for Ukraine? Thank you.
Thank you. I do not want to waste the time to discuss what is a just peace, because somebody will like it, somebody will be annoyed by it, etc. We all understand that there must be a just peace, and security in Ukraine must correspond with the requirements of the UN Charter. President Erdogan says that all our partners mention this, and Ukraine confirms it. Everybody must respect sovereignty and territorial integrity of this or that state. As regards the level of the delegation or decisions, I underscore once again, we cannot even speak of the level of the delegations. If they have an opportunity to negotiate something, we all want a result. We demonstrate with our level and our presence that we want the war to end, and fast. And all people who are here, we all have mandate, institutional mandate from the people of Ukraine, or because of our legal powers, we have the mandate to negotiate certain steps that lead to ending the war. On the other hand, we have Russia's representatives, and we understand what level that is. It's not because we are at war and we don't respect it. No, but everybody sees them. The US see it, and we are in contact with them. And Turkey sees as well that the Russians must demonstrate something, either the high level of delegation or the level of leaders or certain decisions. If they don't demonstrate, then there is no readiness to speak about the end of the war and to make decisions. And that means that there is a lack of political will, and that means that Russia does not feel that it must end the war, and that means that there is no political, economic, or other types of pressure on the Russian Federation, which is why we are asking, if there is no ceasefire, if there are no serious decisions, if there are no bilateral meetings, we ask for the sanctions that will be an impetus to a more rapid end to the war, or otherwise to expedite our talks about it. And we want a strong package of sanctions, about which recently there have been many talks from the United States of America on this matter, and from the EU and from European countries, and from the countries of the global South. And you know that they do not support sanctions. Yes, because of the economic ties to Russia, but now Russia demonstrates that it does not want to end the war. I think that there must be pressure from the global South as well. Next question, please. 1+1. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. After your meme at the airport, the viral video that I'm here, you know, it spread over the internet, and it became the sentence to President Putin. Were there any signals from our partners, that is about the pressure on Russian Federation? Were there any comments from American partners, from the European countries? Are they ready to impose these sanctions, or they will again say that we postpone our last warning yet again, and the weapons from the United States of America, as President Trump promised? Thank you for the question. I believe that the main thing for Ukraine now is to be constructive and reasonable. And now we send the delegation at the level of Minister of Defense, so that nobody later says that something there depended on Ukraine. especially regarding the disruption of the negotiations. And that is very important to me, which is why I give this signal at the very beginning. I don't want Russian Federation to come and make a statement that we feel that something doesn't work out, etc. So that is the first thing. Second is we expect sanctions if Russia doesn't move to end the war. And you see that now nobody speaks about ending the war, everybody is speaking about ceasefire, because everybody understands that this is a very difficult process with these people. Third is, I believe that the leader of Kremlin must demonstrate its leadership. If he is ready, then we must meet. Without any preconditions he wanted to meet, let's meet. It can't be that we are here in Ankara, he's not here, he's not in Istanbul. You know, we can't run around the whole world and find the man, to find the man. I think that the world has to help the parties to come and settle the war in this or that way. The United States of America, I believe that the US now and Turkey, they feel Russia's disrespect, in my opinion. No time of the meeting, no agenda, no high level of the delegation, that is personal disrespect. I'm not saying that Russians don't respect us. That is crystal clear. And we have symmetrical attitude. But we are here. Disrespect to Erdogan, disrespect to Trump. Trump sends a big team of people, Secretary of State, Mr. Rubio. Who are the belligerents? Russia and Ukraine. Secretary of State Mark Rubio is there. Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkey is there. Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine is there. Where is the person of this level from Russian Federation? This is disrespect to everybody. First and foremost, I believe to Turkey, because the meeting is here. Thank you. Next question, La Repubblica.
Two very quick questions. First one, before you coming here, Mr. Lavrov. Two very quick questions. First one, before you coming here, Mr. Lavrov, I've just called your attempt to your request for Mr. Putin to be here pathetic. Mr. Lavrov said, because he says that he never meant to be here, Putin. Second question, if you've been coordinating your moves here with Mr. Trump. Thank you.
Команди наші на зв'язку, особисто з президентом Трампом ми не координували. Команди наші на зв'язку.
Our teams are in touch. We have not coordinated it personally with Mr. President Trump. So we understood that there will be a meeting in Turkey, and we were sending the delegations. Both our countries did that, and you know that the President Trump is on tour around the Middle East, and it's understandable that every day he has meetings with the leaders, and he has preliminary agreements about the meetings, the documents. But he said that he was prepared to join, so he gave a signal that if there are leaders, the President of Ukraine, Russia, then President of the United States of America will join. So he demonstrates good political will, demonstrates that they are ready and willing to help. This is how I perceive it. As regards Minister for Foreign Affairs of Russian Federation, look, I didn't make any proposals to Putin. We all understood that he proposes direct negotiations. Why he proposed direct negotiations? Because he didn't want ceasefire. He cannot come to meeting and just say, let ceasefire begin. There have been attempts on Easter, for example, and we didn't even agree about anything. He just said that we are willing to demonstrate, that we are willing to make certain steps. He said that they would not attack Ukraine, although half of that was lies, but the number of attacks decreased. So we didn't meet, he said that, and we decided, okay, let's act symmetrically, and all the partners said, support it, why not? We have demonstrated it, and equally he can just demonstrate and say in the media live that we are ready for a ceasefire for 30 days. And we cannot meet, but if he wants to postpone strong American sanctions, he wants to demonstrate that he is constructive and he is ready for negotiations. But he says that ceasefire, and there are many questions, and we are ready to discuss them in direct negotiations. Everybody perceived it this way. I said, I am ready. President Trump said he's ready. He said, we didn't coordinate it. He said, if the leaders are there, I'll be there. It's positive for the whole world, no matter how we treat each other personally, but this is a hope for the whole world that the big war will come to an end. Next question, please. Crimean News.
Kırım Haber Ajansı Mustafa Koçyiğit. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı, Kırım Haber Ajansı Mustafa Koçyiğit. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı, Kırım Haber Ajansı Mustafa Koçyiğit. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı,
Crimean News. Our agency is represented in Ukraine and in Turkey, and Ukrainian citizens who live in Crimea also follow us. And we are a platform for communication with the occupied territories, especially about the recent situation. Some international media have made statements that for Ukraine to achieve peace, it has to accept some territorial concessions. These are the comments, of course, and here the Crimea is meant mainly, and that the Ukrainian citizens who live on the peninsula are very worried about it in the comments that they send us. The Crimean Tatar Mejlis, the official institution of the Crimean Tatars, from the point of view of territorial integrity, always insists on full territorial integrity, and shall there be any decision on Crimea, it must be between Ukraine and the Crimean Tatars, people who live there. And apart from that, we know that you always express an unwavering support to territorial integrity, including Crimea. But as I have said in the beginning, the people who live on the temporarily occupied territories have certain worries on what this negotiation process will lead to. And if there will be certain requests on territorial concessions, what will Ukraine do? What will be your position? Our position that I can represent today as a guarantor of constitution, our position is in the constitution of Ukraine. Crimea is part of Ukraine. Turkey, thanks God, supports this position, understands it, supports UN Charter, supports that Crimea is Ukrainian peninsula. President Erdogan personally always begins the conversations with me when we speak about the matters of Ukrainian territorial integrity. He always says that I yet again reiterate to you that I support territorial integrity of Ukraine. We do not recognize temporarily occupied territories as Russian. The Crimean Peninsula is Ukraine, and he always supports it, and I'm grateful for that. This is I have such position, he has such position, and the majority of the world has such position. That's it. So we cannot speak about territorial things. That would be to violate our constitution. The issue of territories, what's going on with them, how to restore our integrity, What about the humanitarian crisis on the temporarily occupied territories? Yes, we are ready, we are willing, we need to discuss it. There are many details, but with all the talks, in all the talks, I underscore it, and this is my position. We will not legally recognize the occupied territories as Russian. This is Ukrainian soil.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Could you give us... Thank you so much, Mr. President. Could you give us much more details? AFP, Agence France Presse. Thank you so much. Could you give us a bit more details about your discussions with President Erdogan, and what did you suggested for our for finding a solution to this blocked situation?
Коли люди не хочуть отримати результат, коли люди не хочуть.
When people don't want to get the result, when people don't want to talk, when people don't want to resolve everything only with weapons, there is war. And when there is a war and we see no end to it, the people come to diplomacy so that there is no such thing as you say, so that there is no dead end, no gridlock. So you must make steps to bring peace closer as much as you can. Everything you can do to maximize pressure on the aggressor in various ways. That is to strengthen Ukraine with weapons, strengthen Ukrainian defenses, security guarantees for Ukraine, to pressure the party that is not willing to end the war. And by the way, the position of the United States of America, you saw in the very beginning that position of President Trump was pressure on both sides. That is true, and I believe that we were being pressured more than Russia. This is my position, but Ukraine step by step demonstrated that believe us, the issue is not about Ukraine. Ukraine is just standing strong, fighting for itself. We just have no intention to lose our lives and land. And that is the answer, but it does not mean that we are an aggressor. And step by step, we have confirmed it on various diplomatic platforms, agreeing to many various compromises, because the fact that now everybody is speaking about the full ceasefire as an important step for Ukraine, it was also a compromise without any conditions. We have many conditions to the aggressor, but if we agreed, if the United States of America made certain steps and we are in dialogue, we accepted. And not only these steps were made by Ukraine. Many of the diplomatic steps we made.
Хоч трішки формату, який може наблизити всіх до закінчення війни, але це не може бути одностороннє.
To come to the format that could even a tiny little bit bring us closer to the end of the war, but this cannot be unilaterally, only from one end, and the pressure cannot be only directed one way. Which is why we very much want that there is a demonstration of pressure against Russia, against Putin, sanctions, European sanctions, American sanctions, at the very least sanctions.
First of all, we are good friends and partners, and I don't want to go further to details about our conversation, because we had big agenda of our also bilateral relations between our countries and different directions of industries, and which are very important for us, and how to strengthen us. And we spoke also about the coalition of willingness, about the security on the sea, about grain corridor. We had big bilateral agenda. We spoke some hours about a lot of things. But of course, the priority is peace. The priority is ceasefire. The priority is to be here today. That's why I'm here, and that's why I'm underlining it again and again, the high level